Chapter 2958, Dream Recollection. Chapter 2958, Dream Recollection. How formidable! Yi Yuan was stunned by Cloud Neon's casual strike. Just earlier, he seemed to have been in a dream. In the dream, dozens of origin attacks completely scattered and disappeared. Those origin powerhouses all had confused looks too. Clearly, they did not know what had happened. It's the Cloud Dream Soul Physique. Furthermore, she cultivated dream recollection. You all fell into her dream realm just now. It's impossible to hit her. Everyone, leave. Leave this place to the two of us. You guys aren't her match. A figure landed. It was precisely the Chi Soul Clan's Hegemon Realm powerhouse, Lu. When those origin powerhouses heart, they were all startled with fear. It's actually the legendary grade Cloud Dream Soul Physique. It's said that this Soul Physique isn't beneath the enshrouding Miss Soul Physique. No wonder it's so formidable. Furthermore, she even cultivated the supreme Soul Canon Dream Recollection. She's simply unmatched in the same rank. The Nirvanic Soul Clan is really going to be amazing. An imperishable soul physique and a Cloud Dream Soul Physique. Once these two steps into the realm of Hegemon, it will simply be our soul race's nightmare. Yi Yuan did not know about the Cloud Dream Soul Physique, but he was very clear about dream recollection. The soul race's three great sacred canons, divine emergence, dream recollection, and extinction. Each of them was a powerful to the extreme soul race cultivation method. For the same of these three great soul canons, Chi and Nirvanic, two races, even once had a shocking war erupt before. In the end, the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered countless casualties. Progenitor Imperishable was seriously wounded before S and ATC hing away these three great sacred canons from the hands of the Chi Soul Clan. Dream recollection, this sacred canon, what it recorded was the method to gain enlightenment on Tao with dreams, comprehending life in dreamland, comprehending heavenly Tao, and finally comprehending origin. Dreaming for 3,000 years, corroborating one's Tao, and gaining enlightenment on longevity. These three great sacred canons could be cultivated regardless by the Nirvanic Soul Clan or the Chi Soul Clan. But dream recollection, this cultivation method, was especially suited for the Cloud Dream Soul Physique. The Nirvanic Soul Clan once had a peerless heavens chosen a peer before, who roamed the contemporary era unobstructed at that time. He was reputed as the most promising existence to become a supreme hegemon. It was just that, sadly, he made an overly showy display of his ability, and he was plotted against by the Chi Soul Clan and ambushed. In order to kill him, the Chi Soul Clan did not hesitate to mobilize three hegemon realm powerhouses. They did not expect that many years later, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had another Cloud Dream Soul Physique appear again. Lu looked at Cloud Neon and said with a light smile, "I didn't expect that the siege this time actually still had an unexpected discovery. Imperishable, that old thing. He really hid you too well." Cloud Neon still had an icy cold appearance, disliking to talk. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body started dissipating, turning into nothingness in the end. Cloud Neon was gone. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Are you kidding me? Abandoning me just like that? Have you forgotten what you promised Hegemon Tion?" In just that instant, Yi Yuan could not perceive Cloud Neon's existence anymore. Hegemon Wu Jia was also stupefied, then immediately burst out laughing, and said, "What bulls? H.I. plus T Cloud Dream Soul Physique. More like it's called Fleeing Soul Physique, right? Kid, since that girlie ran, you can go and die then." A streak of B-L-O-O-D-Y light flashed past. Yi Yuan felt like he was going to die. He was still too far away from Hegemon Realm. Boom. Yi Yuan's soul physique was immediately vaporized. Killing Yi Yuan in one blow, Wu Jia said smugly, "Originally, I thought that it would be somewhat troublesome. I didn't expect that it's so simple. What imperishable soul physique, cloud dream soul physique, all simply too weak to withstand a single blow." Lu smiled and said, "While these two great soul physiques are formidable, their strength is too weak. To the likes of us, they are merely ant-like existences. But if we allow them to grow unchecked, the consequences would be too terrible to contemplate. Since this side has already been settled, let's hurry over and help Lord Blood mourn. They all then. That side is of the utmost priority." Wu Jia nodded, and the two people turned around and left. Over at the other side, the Battle of Hegemons had already entered a white-hot stage. The likes of Yution were all top powerhouses among Hegemon realms. Their battle was virtually SMAs. Plussing the abyss apart. However, the Nirvanic Soul Clan indeed had greatly diminished combat power in this sea of evil. Plus, their numbers were not many, and signs of decline already appeared. With 3 races joining forces, the combat power was extraordinary. But right at this time, Lu's figure suddenly came to a stop, as if he was petrified. Wu Jia's brows furrowed, and he said, "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu's expression changed, and he said, "Not good. We were duped. Brother Wu Jia, chase after them." Finished saying, he ignored Wu Jia, his figure turning around and immediately tearing across the air. Wu Jia had a confused look, not knowing what this Lu was going crazy over. But he still followed. "Brother Lu, what on earth happened?" Wu Jia caught up to Lu and could not resist asking. "We fell into that girl's dream realm, just now." Lu said, "Dream realm? How is this possible? A mere Emperor Sakura Heaven can use dream realm to deceive the two of us at the same time, let alone that there are so many peak hegemons fighting over there. How can it be what she, a measly little Emperor Sakura Heaven, can simulate?" Wu Jia said in disapproval. Lu Dowie had a solemn expression as he said, "Half awake and half dreaming. That is when it's the hardest to distinguish. Plus just now, she perfectly merged dreamland together with reality. Therefore, even if it's you and I, it's hard to detect too, if not for the dream realm dissipating just now, revealing a trace of extremely subtle undulation. Even if it's this seat, it's hard to detect it too. This girl's cloud dream soul physique has probably already said the Menglon of back then. Luckily, she's just Emperor Sakura Heaven. If she stepped into the realm of Hegemon, even if you and I died in the dreamland, it will be difficult to detect too." With this, Wu Jian was shocked. If what Lu said was true, then it was really too terrifying. The dream realm set up by an Emperor Sakura Heaven. He actually did not detect it in the slightest. "I really didn't expect that you, this woman, are icy cold, but you're actually so strong." Yi Yuan marveled. When he revived from the dead, Yi Yuan felt that it was magical. That kind of feeling was too real. The dreamland that this woman set up actually made 2 great hegemon realms unable to detect it in the least bit. Then she brought him away from under the 2 of their hands, unknown to Ji. ODS or ghosts. Yi Yuan examined his own conscience and felt that his willpower was extremely strong. Plus, he had cultivated the divine emergence. Nothing could bewitch his mind. But this time, he suck. Bed. Dream is born from the heart. It's no idea how many levels higher than an illusory real. You're not facing my spell, but facing your own heart. Although you cultivate divine emergence, your strength is too low. Falling into the dreamland is also within reason. After you reach my realm, I naturally won't be able to waver your heart." Yi Yuan was surprised. This woman was actually explaining things to him, but thinking about it, he felt at ease too. His words saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, reducing this woman's enmity toward him. But this Cloud Dream Soul physique was really strong. Yi Yuan thought that Hegemon Yu Tian being apprehensive of Cloud Neon previously was because her background was strong, and she even had some connections to Hegemon Imperishable. But looking at it now, it was not necessarily so. Once this woman broke through to Hegemon realm, it was very likely that she could have Yu Tian's level of strength, coupled with her powerful soul physique, as well as dream recollection. No matter how strong Yu Tian was, he probably could not do anything to Cloud Neon 2. The two people were extremely fast, looking as if they were about to fly out of the sea of evil. But right at this time, an azure and a red, two incredibly powerful attacks, suddenly tore across the air and arrived. Cloud Neon's 10,000-year unchanging face also changed drastically at this time. Her palm thrust out. Yi Yuan's figure flew out of the sea of evil involuntarily, while her aura skyrocketed, turning around to meet those two powerful attacks. Boom! Cloud Neon's soul body smashed heavily onto the ground like a kite with a broken string. Two figures appeared. Who could it be if not Wu Jia and Lu? Wu Jia smiled lightly and said, "It's still Brother Lu who's formidable, seeing through this girl's dream realm. Otherwise, the two of them would really have escaped." Chapter 2959, Mutual Destruction. Chapter 2959, Mutual Destruction. Lu looked at the heavily injured Cloud Neon and said with a smile, "Didn't expect that we saw through it so quickly, right? Although you're extremely talented, you can never underestimate a Hegemon realm powerhouse." Cloud Neon had a frosty look as she said, "Your Chi Soul Clan is asking a tiger for its skin. You'll ultimately taste the disastrous consequences." Wu Jia smiled and said, "That's just your one-sided Wisconsin H. Plus your Nirvanic Soul Clan claims to be of the same ancestry and root as the Soul Race. But actually, the ones with the same ancestry and root are us. We're both chaos races. We're paramount existences. Our chaos races should rule the heavens in the first place. You all, these Nirvanic Soul Clan members, are merely some ghosts of small importance. What right do you all have to sit on equal footing as us?" Lu seemed to have seen through Cloud Neon's intention and said coolly, "Don't think about buying time. You know that a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if you let him escape for 2 hours, it will also be a matter of an instant for us to catch up to him. Hegemon realm powerhouses, shattering the barrier of heavens and crossing worlds were a walk in the park. Catching up to a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was naturally effortless. Their auras had already locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not escape at all. Suddenly, Wu Jia's and Lu's expressions changed. They actually lost the locking on Yi Yuan's aura. A hint of astonishment was revealed in the two persons' eyes. How could a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven possibly escape their aura locking? "Brother Wu Jia, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Leave this girlie to me," Lu said in a solemn voice. Wu Jia nodded his head. His figure moved, chasing out of the sea of evil. Lu's gaze turned cold, origin power blooming, charging over toward Cloud Neon. Facing Cloud Neon, even if Lu was an Hegemon realm powerhouse, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest too. It was because he knew that the Cloud Dream Soul physique back then killed a Hegemon under the besiegement of 3 great Hegemons. Therefore, he chose to sneak attack when Cloud Neon 2 people lowered their guard just now. Otherwise, for a dignified Hegemon realm powerhouse to actually sneak attacking an Emperor Sakura Heaven, he could not do it even if he was beaten to death. Too humiliating. But right now, Cloud Neon's injuries were extremely severe. It was much easier for him to deal with her. Cloud Neon's expression turned cold. dozens of origin power emerging from her body at once. Lu's pupils constricted, drawing a cold breath. 3,000 great Daos. It's born in dreams. Indeed, well-deserving of being the Cloud Dream Soul Physique. You S actually already comprehended so many origins. Looks like you want to comprehend 9 by 9, 81 origins, blasting open the door of eternal life in one stroke, reaching the ranks of peak hegemon. Impressive, truly impressive, but sadly, you don't have the chance. Lu said with a loud laugh. Door of eternal life was not just a shackle. It was similarly a lucky chance. By opening the door of eternal life, the origin comprehended in Emperor Sakra, Heaven Realm would have a tremendous understanding, making one's strength have a qualitative leap. Therefore, many geniuses were not in a hurry to knock open the door of eternal life in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm, but comprehending origin as much as possible, because after entering Hegemon Realm, each origin comprehended would spend countless time. The origin that Emperor Sakra Heavens comprehended was like the end of a thread. The power was not strong, but the function of the door of eternal life was to pull this loose thread out, becoming a long rope. One could at most comprehend 81 origin powers in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm. However, achieving 81 origin powers, it was just a legend. Those likely Clear Cloud, who could comprehend 9 origins, were already extremely monstrous. But now, Cloud Neon poured out dozens of origins at once. It could be seen how strong she was. However, Lu was merely just shocked. That was all. The Chi Soul Clan was born from chaos and had a natural understanding of origin. This Hegemon realm, had already comprehended 10 origins, although in terms of quant, 1 he could not compare to Cloud Neon, this kind of genius. But in terms of quality, he had an overwhelming advantage. Boom. Cloud Neon bore her heavy injuries and had a frontal confrontation with Lu. The two people each flew out backward. Lu was struck dumb with amazement, looking at Cloud Neon with a look of shock, full of disbelief. He and Hegemon Realm was actually evenly matched with Cloud Neon. This is impossible. How did you do it? Lu said in shock. Cloud Neon said in a cold voice, the strength of the Cloud Dream Soul Physique isn't what you can imagine. The Chi Soul Clan boasts that you are a chaos race. Then how much do you understand? The two of you great hegemons, I'll naturally have some fear. But if it's just you alone, I might not lose to you. Lu said in rage, I don't believe that I can't take care of you, this little girl, today. Under his violent rage, an even stronger soul force released with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. The hegemon level battle made even the void tremble. Although the scale of their fight could not compare to Ution and the rest, it was all so extremely fearsome. However, Lu discovered to his astonishment that Cloud Neon's strength was seriously too strong. He unleashed all of his abilities and could not defeat his opponent too. In a blink, he already sustained serious injuries. Of course, Cloud Neon was not much better than him. At this time, the final outcome would be mutual destruction. However, the more this was the case, the more Lu knew that he could not let Cloud Neon off. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the Chi Soul Clan. Hegemon Imperishable could not be killed. If Cloud Neon became a hegemon and appeared, then all of the Chi Soul Clan's glory would be trampled underfoot. Hence, he started risking his life. Executing one move after another, he planned on draining Cloud Neon to death at the risk of his soul body being seriously injured. Boom! With another heaven-shocking move, Lu fell to the ground with a loud bang. His soul body was already extremely dim and not far from death anymore. However, seeing that Cloud Neon was similarly seriously injured and on the verge of death, The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Her, you're finally still going to die. Lu said with a smile. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his eyes full of astonishment, because his opponent, Cloud Neon, actually changed. He blinked his eyes hard, wanting to prove that he had seen wrongly. But he discovered to his dismay that there was no mistake. Right now, the one lying opposite was not Cloud Neon, but Wu Jia. Lu shuddered. His feeble soul body actually started trembling. Ji got tricked. He actually fell into a dreamland again. Furthermore, he and Wu Jia actually fought until they were mutually defeated in the dreamland. And no way, right? When did he fall into a dream realm? Furthermore, this time, he was already prepared. How could an exalted hegemon realm possibly fall so deep into a dream realm and not detect it in the slightest too? Lu felt his entire body turned icy cold. This Cloud Dream's soul physique, coupled with the dream recollection, were really too terrifying. Two great hegemons actually fought until they were seriously injured on the verge of death before suddenly waking up from the dream. Why is it you? How can it be you? This is impossible. Who I was fighting against was clearly that boy. Not far away, Wu Jia's unwilling, angry roar also came over. At this time, two figures appeared quietly. Lu's pupils constricted. These two people were precisely Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon. It was just that Cloud Neon's soul body was currently faint. Clearly, she had sustained heavy wounds too. However, it was merely just being heavily wounded. She was not in danger of dying. But he and Wu Jia were different. It was effortless for Cloud Neon to kill the two of them now. It was over. Completely over. How could this be? Chapter 2960, Failing on the Verge of Complete Success. Chapter 2960, Failing on the Verge of Complete Success. I didn't expect that executing divine emergence and dream recollection at the same time would actually be so powerful. Yi Yuan looked at the two great hegemons, who were seriously injured on the verge of death, and had a rueful look too. Just now, at the critical moment, the two people instinctively used divine emergence and dream recollection. The two people's soul forces integrated together and actually unleashed an effect that far surpassed, said the two people's strength. It was also that Cloud Neon's reaction was extremely fast. She made use of the favorable situation to push matters through with little effort, dragging the two of them into a dreamland along with the two great hegemons' attacks. These two great hegemons were actually completely unaware. However, Cloud Neon being seriously injured was real. And this was also the lure that activated the dream realm. In that moment, the dreamland completely erupted, and the two great hegemons caught deeply in it. The two great hegemons fell into the dream realm and thought that their opponent was Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, but it was simply the other party, all the way until the two people suffered mutual defeat. It seemed simple, but to make two great hegemon realm powerhouses fight all the way until impending death before breaking away from the dream realm, that was virtually unimaginable. This was especially true, considering that it was also under the circumstances that Lu was on the alert. Although Yi Yuan's divine emergence was weak, his soul force was like a catalyst, strengthening the dreamland countless times when it encountered Cloud Neon's dream recollection. Cloud Neon's dream realm was extremely powerful to begin with. When there was this catalyzing effect, even two great hegemons fell for the trick unknowingly. It's not just due to these two great sacred cannons. Just now, the two of our soul forces actually produced a resonance. This is the most important thing. Cloud Neon said, recalling that miraculous feeling just now. Yi Yuan could not help nodding. At that moment earlier, his soul force and Cloud Neon's soul force actually produced a resonant effect. It was not just Cloud Neon. His soul force skyrocketed too. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Hearing these two people's words, the two great hegemons only felt that they had died so unjustly. Soul force resonance. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Something that made no sense actually tricked two great hegemons to death. One had to know that even though the two of them were far from being strong, they were not weaklings among hegemon realms too. Both Yi Yuan and Cloud Ninan did not expect that they would actually suck. And be just like that. Cloud Neon did not give these two people a chance, directly making a move, killing the two great hegemons. Two great hegemon realm powerhouses died at the hands of two juniors just like that. All right, you can go. Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "You want to go back?" Cloud Neon nodded and said, "Lord W.A.N. Jining's kindness towards me is as weighty as a mountain. I can't watch him die." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm going to save Progenitor Imperishable. Do you want to come along?" Cloud Neon gave him a glance, being rather surprised, and she said, "Progenitor Imperishable is being besieged by three great supreme hegemons. With your bit of strength, going will be courting death too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That might not be the case. If the three of them want to trap Progenitor Imperishable, they will definitely have to pay an immense price. After coming out of the seven-colored pack, I can feel that Progenitor Imperishable is very strong, extremely strong. Perhaps we have an opportunity to exploit." Cloud Neon frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to go and save Progenitor Imperishable?" Yi Yuan said, "Haven't you always been curious about what my objective is? Actually, my objective is Progenitor Imperishable. I need the purple ripple umbrella." "Why?" Cloud Neon was incomparably surprised in her heart. This journey was too dangerous. One had to know that the ones besieging Progenitor Imperishable were three of the 33 heavens' topmost existences. Even if there was really an opportunity to exploit, they could huff you to death with a puff of breath. This fellow actually dared to go. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Talk about it again on the way. If we still don't go, we won't be able to leave anymore. Now is the best time to go and save Progenitor Imperishable. If the three great forces discover that this can't be done, they might gather all of their forces to deal with Progenitor Imperishable. At that time, wanting to save him will be as hard as ascending to heaven. Go." Cloud Neon made a prompt decision. For hours later, several figures tore across SPAC and arrived. The person in front was precisely Bloodmorn. His expression was very ugly. The plan completely failed. Although the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered heavy casualties in this battle, it did not hurt their foundation. Of the 5 great regions leaders, only North Soul region's hegemon died, although Yutian, W.A.N. Jining, and the rest suffered serious injuries. They killed their way out of the encirclement in the end. Of the 10 great hegemons, they only held 3 behind. The other 7 all escaped. Bloodmorn was currently bringing people to hunt Yutian down. On the one hand, it was because Yi Yuan's words gave them fighting spirit. On the other hand, it was also Yi Yuan two people's appearance that scattered their fighting power. What was even more Nabal was that 4 hours had passed, said, and Wu Jia and Lu actually still had not returned. Suddenly, Bloodmorn's figure stopped, and he said, "Stop." Beside him, another blood race hegemon's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Bloodmorn, this is Wu Jia's aura. There's also the Chi Soul Clan's Lu." Bloodmorn's expression was heavy, and he nodded his head. As a peak hegemon, his perception was extremely acute. Upon arriving here, he felt a wisp of aura, which was left behind by Wu Jia and Lu. They had just died. The aura of origin had not dissipated yet. Tumultuous waves were set off in Bloodmourn's heart. Two great hegemons chased after an origin Emperor Sakra Heaven, an Emperor Cloud Heaven, and they actually all died. How is this possible? They actually all died. That hegemon cried out in alarm. Two hegemons died at once. This was absolutely a major shocking thing. Each hegemon was extremely precious. Counting the two hegemons that died during the besiegement, they had 4 hegemons die at once in this battle. This mortality rate was actually even greater than that of the Nirvanic Soul clans. Wu Jia, two people's demise, also made this besiegement battle become a complete and utter joke. 3 factions mobilized 23 hegemons. The casualty was actually even higher than the Nirvanic Soul clan that was caught off guard. If the 3 great supreme hegemons knew about it, they would probably fly into a thunderous rage. What? Hegemon Wu Jia and Hegemon Lu actually both fell? How is this possible? That Cloud Dream Soul physique is actually so strong, she's just Origin Emperor, Sakra Heaven, and she could actually kill 2 hegemons already? Really, D.A.M. and it, our battle was a complete failure. When those Origin powerhouses heard the exclamations of the hegemons, each and every one of them was dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the battle situation would actually turn out like this. Bloodmourn shook his head and said, although that lot S is formidable, it's absolutely impossible to kill Wu Jia. They all, something that we don't know must have happened during this. It's just that no matter what, things are already very serious now. Putting aside Ution, they all 1 Cloud Dream Soul physique, 1 Imperishable Soul physique. These 2 juniors are too dangerous. The others felt the same too. No matter what had transpired, 2 great hegemons had indeed died. Even if the war had been fought until now, not many hegemon realms had died too. But today, so many had actually fallen all at once. What worried Bloodmourn the most was still Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. No matter what, they already had the means to kill hegemon realms. This was terrifying. Chapter 2961, A Small Lake. Chapter 2961, A Small Lake, Imperishable Soul Domain, Central Soul Region. A group of remnant troops gathered together. Their expressions very heavy. Several peak hegemons all had faint soul bodies at this time, close to dissipating. In order to escape, they paid a terrible price too. North Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Wu Wen, held back 3 hegemons by himself in order to cover the other people's departure and died on the spot. At this time, the atmosphere in the Central Soul Region's main hall was depressed to the extreme. Old Ghost Ution still hasn't come back until now. It's likely fraught with grim possibilities. South Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Jijun, said with a heavy look, Sigh, Old Ghost Wu Wen is gone just like that. Old Ghost Ution's and progenitor Imperishable's life and death are unknown. Our Nirvanic Soul clan has really encountered a huge crisis this time. If Old Ghost Ution is dead too, then the 3 of us really won't know what to do. West Soul Region's old woman, Hegemon Shimian, was in dejection. Ancestor W. A.N. Jining did not say a word, but his expression was similarly heavy. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure fell with a loud bang. Old Ghost Ution. When the 3 hegemons saw the arrival, they could not help being overjoyed. This figure that fell was precisely Hegemon Ution, who returned with heavy injuries. The current Hegemon Ution was very miserable. His soul body was incomplete. Saying that it was a remnant soul was also not overboard. Old Ghost Ution, are you all right? Hegemon Jijun asked in concern. But no dismay could be seen on Hegemon Ution's face at all. Instead, he had an excited look. Ji Few people exchanged glances, wondering to themselves if this old thing was beaten silly. We're already miserable until like this, and you're still in the mood to smile? I'm fine. I won't die. Ha ha ha. Satisfying. Utian said with a loud laugh. The three people had baffled faces, not knowing what this guy was being happy about. Old Ghost Wu, one was already dead, and everyone sustained serious injuries. Shouldn't you be a little pessimistic? Old Ghost Utian, were you beaten silly? Our Nirvanic Soul clan suffered our greatest crisis in history. You're actually still in the mood to laugh. Shi Mian said with a livid face. Utian smiled and said, Why can't your father laugh? Bloodmorn, June E, these few D-A-M. N things exhausted all of their brain power, wanting to round us up in one fell swoop. In the end, they suffered a double loss. Their casualties are even more disastrous than ours. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Those three old things, expended G. Oh, D knows how great a price for the sake of the setup this time. Now, it has all been for naught. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Ha ha. The three people exchanged glances, feeling baffled again. They were certain that this guy was beaten silly. Enough. Stop laughing. Old Ghost Wu, when is already dead, which eye of yours saw that their casualties are worse than ours. Shimian reproached. Utian chuckled and said, We had a Peaky Gemin die. They had one die too. But those two who hunted Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon down are both dead. Tell me, does your father feel great or not? Regarding this battle, Utian was stifled badly. Three great races joined forces to deal with the Nirvanic Soul clan. It was too hidden, too despicable. It made Utian keep on holding his anger in his heart. But when he passed South Said by the place where Wu Jia and Lu died, he felt it. But at that time, Bloodmorn was pursuing closely behind. He did not dare to stay either. But at that time, he felt frustration being given vent in his heart. Now, he escaped with his life. He could not resist anymore and burst out laughing. But when Shi Mian three people heard this, they did not laugh but had doubtful faces. You're sure that those two are both dead? W-A-N, Jining said with a frown. He also felt that Utian was beaten silly. How could two little brats possibly kill two great hegemons? Utian's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, Do you all really take your father to be stupid? The fall of a hegemon, the origin undulation, is so intense. Can your father not sense it? Those two have indeed died. Ha! If not for Bloodmorn, that old thing stopping to investigate back then, your father really might not have been able to escape back. With these, the three people were shocked. How is this possible? W-A-N, Jining said. Utian snorted coldly and said, Although I don't know what's going on either, it's true that those two hegemons are dead. Plus, with the two that were killed by us, they have lost a total of 4 hegemons. In this battle, we gained a huge advantage. With 2 great hegemons dying, this matter can't be concealed. News will transmit over very quickly. At that time, you guys will know. W-A-N, Jining, 3 people felt that it was too inconceivable. This kind of exterminating besiegement. It was actually their side that gained the advantage. If it was really as Utian said, then they really should be laughing out loud. Before long, this great battle shook the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven. 3 great races actually joined hands to deal with the imperishable soul domain. This news was earth-shattering. But what shocked people even more was that 3 races besieged the Nirvanic Soul Clan's hegemons, and their casualties were actually even more than the Nirvanic Soul Clan. For some time, the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven was shocked. It's here. The aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique disappeared in this small lake. If my guesses are correct, progenitor imperishable, should have entered the lake. Yi Yuan pointed at a lake in front and said, he and Cloud Neon had been tracking all the way, arriving at this small lake after spending a month's time. This lake was situated in the Chi Soul clan's hinterland. It looked very summing. Cloud Neon frowned and said, you're sure? You're not lying to me? There are no traces of any battle at all here. For hegemon realms, especially the battle between supreme hegemons, their battles were absolutely heaven-shocking. If progenitor imperishable was really here, it was impossible for her not to feel it at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, your Cloud Dream Soul physique is extremely formidable, but this person who laid down the camouflage their formation Tao attainments has already reached the acme of perfection. It's very normal that you can't tell. Cloud Neon was somewhat angry. This guy was clearly just an Emperor Cloud Heaven, but his KY appearance really set people off. However, she really could not tell that there was any camouflage here. You're saying that there's someone guarding here? Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, just one person. But with this one holding down the fort, they can probably withstand 100 by themselves. I didn't expect that a human hegemon would actually dare to be a lackey. Although Cloud Neon thought otherwise, she also knew that the matter was of utmost importance. While she could not figure the situation out, she still decided to trust Yi Yuan. Otherwise, once any accident arose, the two of their small lives would be finished too. Then what should we do now? Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if the two of us join hands, so what even if it's a hegemon? You execute your dream realm and cover this lake. We'll swagger our way in. Hence, a dreamland quietly covered the lake, and the two people fumbled their way over quietly. Cloud Neon discovered to her surprise that the trail that Yi Yuan took was extremely strange. Sometimes it would be forward. Other times he would step back, going round and round, like walking through a maze. Suddenly, Cloud Neon's pupils constricted. An old man was sitting quietly on the surface of the lake, just like that, with his eyes shut. Hegemon powerhouse. Prior to this, she actually did not detect at all. Cloud Neon knew that Yi Yuan was right in the end, in this inconspicuous place, to let a hegemon set up a camouflage and guard the area. This place must be very fishy. Chapter 2962, Chaotic Origins. Chapter 2962, Chaotic Origins. It's actually him. This guy actually sought refuge with the blood race, too. Looks like our Nirvanic Soul Clan is really surrounded by enemies on all fronts. You know him? He's the human race's hegemon Inkcloud. His strength isn't beneath that hegemon Lu, especially in Formation Tao. He has already reached the acme of perfection. Oh, actually, you don't need to be anxious either. After you enter hegemon realm, you can match 10 hegemon realms. You look, you're standing in front of him right now, and he can't even see you? In the dream realm, Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan were currently talking opposite of hegemon Inkcloud, but hegemon Inkcloud was oblivious. This hegemon Inkcloud's strength was very strong, but Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, two people joining forces, had entrapped two great hegemons to death. He was no big deal. Of course, if they wanted to kill hegemon Inkcloud, it could not be done. Dreamland was born from the heart, Cloud Neon being able to entrap Wujia and Lu to death. It was by exploiting their desire to kill them, making the two people kill each other and die, making them kill themselves on their own. That was impossible. If hegemons were so easy to kill, then they would be worthless too. But it was also precisely because of this that even those hegemons felt that it was inconceivable. All right, let's go down. Hegemon imperishable should have entered another P, A, C, and the entrance is right below this lake. Yi Yuan said, Cloud Neon nodded and sank to the bottom of the lake together with Yi Yuan. The lake was not large, but it was very deep. Not long after the two people sank to the bottom of the lake, a CLUS tour of gloomy light was very eye-catching. Clearly, this was the entrance to another SPAC, entering the spatial S Sageway. The scenery before the two people's eyes suddenly changed. A desolate slaughter atmosphere hit them head-on. Cloud Neon's and Yi Yuan's expressions changed wildly. Their soul bodies virtually going to be torn to shreds by the wild gale here. What a terrifying place. This place should be an ancient battlefield. Furthermore, the origin powerhouses who died will probably have to be counted in millions. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath and said, "This place was completely a savage battlefield of origin powerhouses. On the battlefield, there were utterly disorderly origins everywhere, wreaking havoc everywhere. It was as if they were still fighting. If ordinary people came here, just the chaotic origins were sufficient to reduce them to ashes. Fortunately, Yi Yuan two people's soul bodies were different from the rest. That was how they barely managed to hold out." By the side, Cloud Neon suddenly said, "Yi Yuan, I seem to have comprehended." Yi Yuan was stupefied. Turning around to look, he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body was actually dissipating. His gaze could not help turning intent, immediately understanding something. The Cloud Dream Soul Physique and Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique was born from chaos and could transform into myriad Tao, and the Cloud Dream Soul Physique belonged to nothingness, feeling the growth of myriad Tao with dreamland. These two great soul bodies had a natural advantage in the comprehension of origin. There were countless chaotic origins here. It was simply a paradise for gaining enlightenment on Tao to their two soul physiques. Cloud Neon's realm had long already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor Sakra Heaven. The origins that she gained enlightenment on had already reached as many as several dozen too. Now, this opportunity to break through arrived. However, Yi Yuan also understood that this was a lucky chance, and there was also tremendous danger. There were tens of millions of disorderly origins here. The strength of the origins was not uniform. Many similar origins had different directions of comprehension too. A single misstep, and one would be lost in it. The current situation was somewhat like the lucid forest. It was just that this place was full of origins. Compared to the lucid forest, this place was much higher level. Furthermore, the lucid forest was actually within the scope of rules. But there were no rules here. It was completely a chaotic land. Cloud Neon already entered the state of sudden epiphany, virtually without needing to deliberately comprehend. Yi Yuan thought about it, but still did not wake Cloud Neon up. This was her lucky chance. Life and death, it was controlled by and up to her. He did not have the right to interfere. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Yuan walked forward. The further he walked, the more difficult it became for Yi Yuan to extricate himself. One origin after another seemed to drill into his own soul. That sort of temptation was simply without equal. That was the allure of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Gaining enlightenment on Tao here, he could climb to the summit and become the strongest hegemon in this world. Hegemon imperishable might be nothing more than this too. Yi Yuan's eyes became more and more dazed. His soul body also completely transformed into the enshrouding mist soul physique. The enshrouding mist soul physique already left his control, deriving all kinds of origin power on its own. Under such an environment, the temptation was simply fatal to the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan discovered that his own consciousness had started to blur. DAMN. My soul physique isn't strong enough yet. This place is the enshrouding, mist soul physique's paradise, but not my paradise. At this rate, my consciousness is going to be completely wiped out, becoming a part of these countless chaotic origins. Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety. He was very clear that currently he was already at the most dangerous moment. But he had no way of reversing this situation. His soul body was completely out of control. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually suddenly fall into danger. This state was like the common saying that a feeble body could not take tonics. His strength, his soul body, was simply not capable of enduring such terrifying origin power. But his soul body was still absorbing it in spite of himself. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, four powerful forces were entangled together. These four powers seemed to have already reached a delicate balance, appearing very calm. These four people were naturally four great supreme hegemons. Ha ha! Two babies who haven't even reached hegemon realm actually barged into the G. Oh, the bewildering battlefield. Ink Cloud, that Brad is really a good-for-nothing. Furthermore, it's actually the Cloud Dream Soul Physique and the real imperishable soul physique. Old Ghost Imperishable, with this, you have a successor. A sinister and charming voice came from the void. This void came from hegemon Evil Dragon of the Abyss. Humph! Progenitor Imperishable snorted coldly. He knew that this evil dragon was intentionally making digs at him. However, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. In this period of time that he was not around, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had a second imperishable soul physique appear. This was the real enshrouding mist soul physique. As a supreme hegemon, he could naturally sense it. That La S with the Cloud Dream Soul Physique is still all right. She might still have a slight chance of survival. But that enshrouding mist soul physique, Brad is somewhat overestimating his own ability. You look. His consciousness is about to dissipate right away. This place is one of the battlefields where all the heavens annihilated the labyrinth divine palace back then. The origin powerhouses who died reached as high as 1 million. The likes of him, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, actually dare to enter this place too. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a snicker, Old Ghost Imperishable, these two babies are clearly here to save you. Looks like this enshrouding mist soul physique still sensed the origin that you left behind. It's just that the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually sent these two little fellows over. I reckon that you Tion, those few brats, have already died out. Do you still want to continue struggling? The one speaking was Hegemon Bloodsong. Hegemon Imperishable snorted coldly and said, The three of you exhausted every power of your mind, but what can you do to me? At most, the four of us perish together. Do you really think that my Tlea of Imperishable is called in vain? Chapter 2963, Hegemon Imperishable's Requiem. Chapter 2963, Hegemon Imperishable's Requiem. Ha! Old Ghost Imperishable, you don't need to be unruly with us either. Your strength has indeed exceeded our imaginations, but reaching our realm, you're not willing to die just like that either, right? If you really had this determination, you also wouldn't be dawdling with us here. With regards to Hegemon Imperishable's threat, Hegemon Evil Dragon just laughed disdainfully. Although the present situation was far beyond their expectations, and, body could hide their thoughts from anyone. Reaching this level of realm, no one was a fool. Hegemon Imperishable just snorted coldly. Clearly, he had tacitly acknowledged Evil Dragon's statement. Moreover, we're not here to kill you either. As long as you're trapped here, that's enough. After those descendants of yours have died out, we can let you out too, Hegemon Bloodsong said with a laugh, looking like he had cornered Hegemon Imperishable. Amen? That kid's strength is too weak. His consciousness is already almost dissipating, Heavenly Soul said. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's consciousness was already disorderly and confused. Once his consciousness dispersed, the soul body would be a masterless object, and one would be considered to be completely dead. It was just that Yi Yuan's residual consciousness still had a strong reluctance. The purple ripple umbrella is already right before my eyes. I can save Ling Xue right away. How can I die just like this? No way. I can't die. Absolutely not. This intense unwillingness made his consciousness still remain there. Even if it was just an insignificant trace, it was like a feeble spark, stubbornly not dissipating. Saving Mu Ling Xue, this breath had already supported him until now. He was absolutely not willing to give up now. 2 hours, 4 hours. In a blink of an eye, a day said. The 4 great hegemons all thought that Yi Yuan was already dead, for sure. But he actually held on stubbornly just like that. With this, the 4 great hegemons were shocked. The 4 of them mutually restrained each other and were bored out of their minds. Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon's arrival brought them a trace of fun. Therefore, their attention was placed on these 2 people very naturally. Compared to Cloud Neon, Yi Yuan was naturally a little more worth paying attention to. It was because he was about to die right away. This boy has such a powerful will. Like this, and he's still not dead. Hegemon Evil Dragon marveled. This seat wants to see just how long this kid can last, Bloodsong said. Heavenly Soul smiled and said, It's boring too. Why don't we bet how long this boy can last? Evil Dragon laughed and said, Ha, good idea. This boy's willpower is indeed very strong. This seat bets that he can last 10 days. Bloodsong also smiled and said, I'll bet 15 days. But Heavenly Soul smiled and said, there are a million origins here. This kid is like a drop of water that fell into the sea. How long more can he last? In the end, he can only be assimilated. I bet that he absolutely can't last 3 days. Old Ghost Imperishable, you're of the imperishable soul physique too. What do you think? The one who understood the imperishable soul physique best was naturally Hegemon Imperishable. Hegemon Imperishable was silent for a while and said, 3 months. The moment these words came out, the 3 great hegemons all burst out laughing. Clearly, this was a joke. Although you're of the imperishable supreme hegemon, don't treat us, these supreme hegemons, as morons either. Like this, he could last 3 months? Old Ghost Imperishable, do you feel that it's very boring now, and you're teasing the few of us? Heavenly Soul could not help laughing as he said, forget about this boy. Even if it's this seat back then, under this sort of environment, I can't last a month too? You're actually saying that this boy can last 3 months? Hegemon Bloodsong laughed in spite of himself. In this place, there's not a trace of other variables. His consciousness is already close to disappearing. If he can last 3 months, this seat will pluck my head off for you to kick. Hegemon Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Hegemon Imperishable gave him a glance and said, coolly, then be prepared to pluck your head off. Finished saying, he shut up and stopped talking. Regarding Yi Yuan, this second true imperishable soul physique, Hegemon Imperishable naturally paid great attention. He seemed to have seen himself back then from Yi Yuan, not the imperishable soul physique, but the person, that sort of unwillingness to be outdone by others, that sort of stubborn unyieldingness. He saw it from Yi Yuan. Back then, in order to lead the Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise, he challenged the entire Chi Soul Clan with his power alone. That sort of difficulty was absolutely H-E-L-L level. How many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many ups and downs he had? He relied on his Astonies. Plussing willpower to pull through. But as an enshrouding mist soul physique, he knew Yi Yuan too well. Without something that could influence the situation, it was impossible for him to pull through. Yi Yuan came to the wrong place. If Yi Yuan entered at Origin Realm, this place would definitely be a paradise. But he was currently too weak. Right now, this G-O-D bewildering battlefield was the nightmare of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Therefore, he felt that 3 months was the limit. Very soon, 3 days Pa-S said. The first to get slapped was Hegemon Heavenly Soul. Heavenly Soul's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "This brat is really a rock in the latrine, smelly and hard. What's the point of holding on like this?" Hegemon Imperishable smiled coldly and said, "Hence, that's why you, this idiot, would be Serpa, as said by this seat." Hegemon Heavenly Soul's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, "Imperishable, you're courting death." Hegemon Imperishable was indifferent, and said coolly, "Is that so? If you want to perish together, bring it on." Hegemon Heavenly Soul gave a cold snort and stopped talking. When Hegemon Imperishable was body, he was already a supreme Hegemon. But countless years had Pa-S said, and Hegemon Imperishable strength had already Serpa-S said him. Got to admit, this sort of thing was very disgraceful. If not because the Chi Soul clan still had a Hegemon Samsara, they would really be completely suppressed by the Nirvanic Soul clan. It was just that Hegemon Samsara's status was transcendent, traveling the myriad worlds. He did not ask about the soul race's affairs at all. If not for this existence, Hegemon Heavenly Soul would have long been unable to suppress the Nirvanic Soul clan. 10 days later, Hegemon Evil Dragon was slapped in the face. This boy is also too monstrous, right? Does he feel that he can really go against the heavens? Evil Dragon said somewhat glumly. Later on, after 15 days, Hegemon Bloodsong was slapped too. This boy actually really survived for 15 days. How was this possible? Forcibly hold on like this doesn't have any meaning at all. It's absolutely impossible for him to survive. Bloodsong shook his head and said with a sigh, "Time Pa-S said day by day, 15 days, 20 days, a month. 3 months were up. This time, even Hegemon Imperishable was slapped in the face too, because Yi Yuan lasted 3 months. With this, the 4 great supreme hegemons were really shocked. Just what kind of unfulfilled wishes does this boy have? Hanging on with this one breath, is he going to hold on until heaven and earth turn old? Old ghost Imperishable, looks like you've miscalculated too." Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a laugh. Hegemon Imperishable let out a sigh and said, "Young man, give up. It's too hard for you to hold on like this. There's no meaning." Hegemon Imperishable's words carried a requiem effect, directly reaching Yi Yuan's last trace of consciousness. But he completely did not expect that his one sentence was like throwing a bunch of withered S on the spark. Instantly, the spark reignited. Chapter 2964, Blessing in the Disguise of Misfortune. Chapter 2964, Blessing in the Disguise of Misfortune. These hegemons were all clear that being able to hang on with one breath and not die, there must be some unfulfilled wishes. Just like mortals when lying in a coma, if they had any unfulfilled wishes, they would refuse to shut their eyes no matter what. Hegemon Imperishable knew that the current Yi Yuan was in far too much hearts. H-I plus P. Therefore, this requiem was to help him be free. But the one who spoke was him, Hegemon Imperishable. The perception between enshrouding mist soul physiques was completely ignited at this moment. Hegemon Imperishable's voice was hope to Yi Yuan. Actually, the current Yi Yuan already had little consciousness, but Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique was like a clap of thunder, exploding in his last strand of consciousness. What was his obsession? Wasn't it to meet Hegemon Imperishable and borrow the purple ripple umbrella? The resonance between enshrouding mist soul physiques made the Yi Yuan, who was in the chaos, instantly find the lighthouse, finding the direction home. The four great supreme hegemons were all struck senseless. What's going on here? Old ghost imperishable, what kind of trickery did you do? This kid actually came back to life again. Hegemon evil dragon said with shock all over his face. Hegemon imperishable himself also had a stunned look and said, "This seat didn't do anything. I just saw that he was in too much suffering and let him be free with a requiem sound. I don't know what's going on either." While Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a strange look, "Really seeing ghosts. You helped to appease his soul." Not only was he not freed, his consciousness became increasingly stronger instead. Amen. He's starting to control the enshrouding mist soul physique. His enshrouding mist soul physique unconsciously comprehended origins in so many origins. Origin seeds have probably already been planted in his soul body. When his realm is reached, these origin seeds will take root and germinate. This was simply a civ lucky chance for him. When speaking, Hegemon Evil Dragon was even somewhat jealous. Yi Yuan's situation, if he died, everything was naturally over. But not dying, then the benefits would be unimaginable to him. The enshrouding mist soul physique was born from chaos to begin with. It was extremely sensitive to origins. Under a conscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was limited by individual talent, and the comprehension would be limited in the end. But under an unconscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was completely comprehending origins on instinct. Finally, Yi Yuan's soul body condensed and formed again. He also felt his own soul body's chances. Inside this enshrouding mist soul physique, there seemed to be many origin powers that appeared correct, but were really wrong. His realm had not reached yet. This response was very blurry, but he knew that the power of each origin was extremely precious. Origins could not be comprehended because you wanted to, for a great Tao. Only by cultivating the power of rules to the realm of grand completion could one have the chance to comprehend origin. Yi Yuan's Tao was not yet perfect. He did not have too clear an understanding of these origin powers. But the enshrouding mist soul physique recorded the sensations of these origins in his body. Yi Yuan could find the direction of great Tao by following these sensations. This was equivalent to saying that each great Tao had a beacon light. To Yi Yuan, cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. I didn't expect that I actually had a blessing come to me in the disguise of misfortune. Hegemon Imperishable wanted to help me be free, but he didn't expect that it would actually let me grab the last strand of life-saving straw. The matters of the world are indeed hard to predict, Yi Yuan said ruefully. He knew how dangerous his previous state was. If it was anyone else, it would have been impossible to reawaken his consciousness to. Converging his mind, Yi Yuan did not remain anymore and continued deeper in. The surrounding origins became more and more, but it was already inconsequential to Yi Yuan. His realm was limited, and the enshrouding mist soul physique was already satiated. It was impossible to absorb more origins. Following the direction of Hegemon Imperishable's voice, Yi Yuan chased after. Along the way, there were scenes of desolation. Clearly, the four great supreme hegemons had experienced an extremely horrifying battle. Interesting. This boy really came over to find you. He came in together with that girl. It's probably for the sake of you. Old ghost imperishable, right? A human brat. Wonder what goal he has. Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a strange laugh. Yi Yuan's paltry cultivation realm naturally could not deceive these supreme hegemons. Actually, as soon as he entered the G.O.D. bewildering battlefield, the four great hegemons could see through it. Therefore, with regards to Yi Yuan's life and death, they all did not care too much, inclusive of hegemon Imperishable. After he comes, wouldn't we know then? Hegemon Imperishable said coolly. Along the way, he did not encounter any dangers. Whatever danger was gone after the four great supreme hegemons battle too. Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and saw a blue-colored giant dragon hovering at the horizon, an enormous blood lake, and also a big and tall celestial deity. But these three were bogged down in a mass of enshrouding mist. Without a doubt, these were the four great supreme hegemons. However, Yi Yuan saw a large purple umbrella in this region of mist. The purple-colored halo emitted by that large umbrella made the misty air SHI plus any purple. When Yi Yuan saw it, his entire body could not help trembling. There was no doubt that it was the purple ripple umbrella. Human brat, don't tell this seat that you're here to save old ghost Imperishable, Evil Dragon said with a smile that was not a smile. Having his ident, Tai be seen through, Yi Yuan was not surprised and said with a nod, what Senior said is right. I'm here to save hegemon Imperishable. Ha ha ha, get lost. Just based on your bit of strength, it's still far lacking. Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. To the four great supreme hegemons, Yi Yuan was just a little bug. Puff a breath of air, and he would be gone. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Seniors, let it go. Your plan has already completely failed. The moment these words came out, the three people stiffened up noticeably. Bloodsong smiled coldly and said, a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven also dares to engage in wild talks in front of this seat. Do you not believe that this seat will exterminate you right now? I don't believe it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Hegemon Bloodsong, if you had this ability, would you still talk rubbish with an ant like me here? Therefore, the three of you can only take a beating from me now. The plea of Supreme Hegemon was indeed scary, but it would also depend on who you were scaring. It looked like these three people were seemingly joining hands to deal with Hegemon Imperishable currently. Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen through. These four people had reached a delicate balance. Whoever broke this equilibrium, the outcome would definitely be very miserable. At this point, the only way was for the four people to pull back at the same time. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan said it, the expressions of the three great hegemons became ugly to the extreme. A little bug actually dared to swagger and in front of them. I really underestimated you. This brat. Pretty good eyesight. But do you think that based on your strength, you can cause any harm to us? Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, maybe I can. Evil Dragon laughed loudly when he heard that and said, ha ha, then you come and try it. See if you can scratch your Lord Dragon's itch. Amen, you wait for a moment. Yi Yuan nodded his head in earnest, but he cast Evil Dragon to one side and said to Hegemon Imperishable, I want to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Chapter 2965. Meathead. Chapter 2965. Meathead. Evil Dragon was ticked off. He was actually being ignored. Hegemon Evil Dragon, was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was a hegemon powerhouse and had always been standing at the apex of all the heavens. Today, he was actually being underestimated like this by an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Wait a moment. What was called wait a moment? Could you freaking give me, this supreme hegemon, a little respect? Hegemon Imperishable was shocked too. This boy asked for the purple ripple umbrella the moment he opened his mouth. Could it be that he did not know what the purple ripple umbrella meant to him? Impudent thing. After this seat gets out, I'll definitely use the fire of evil dragon to burn you for 9,999 years, casting you into eternal damnation. Evil dragon said with a furious roar. Yi Yuan ignored him but stared at Hegemon Imperishable and said, I saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, resolving their 3 races besiegement against Hegemon Utian. They all. Now I'll help you to get out and heavily wound the 3 of them. I wonder if these 2 favors are enough or not. Before Hegemon Imperishable spoke, Hegemon Heavenly Soul smiled coldly and said, Little fellow, before you talk big, can you look at the target first or not? You, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, can disrupt the all-encompass Signet that our 3 races joined hands to lay down. Dozens of hegemons are there. A sneeze from each person, and you won't even have residue remaining. You're insulting old ghost Imperishable's intellect by saying this. Hegemon Imperishable said coolly, wanting to let me believe you, you have to display your strength first. What you said is indeed too exaggerated. Indeed, what Yi Yuan said, the 4 great hegemons did not believe a word. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even if an ordinary hegemon realm was standing here, they would not even believe it. A war that engulfed 4 great races. A battle that involved dozens of hegemons. How could it be what you, a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven, could influence? Hegemon Imperishable's meaning was very clear. Want to make me believe? Eradicate the 3 of them before talking. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, you swear a heavenly Tao oath right now. I only need the purple ripple umbrella for 3 months. Otherwise, I can only cripple the 4 of you thoroughly, then force you to hand over the purple ripple umbrella. These words were arrogant to the extreme. In the 33 heavens, someone who dared to say such words to these 4 people up front probably had not been born yet. Yet, Yi Yuan dared to say it. However, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will too. He saw through that Hegemon Imperishable was extremely vigilant toward him. This kind of existence, joy and anger, were unpredictable. If he refused to hand over the purple ripple umbrella, even if he saved him, he might kill him afterward. The purple ripple umbrella was too important to Hegemon Imperishable. This item, even if it was someone closest to him, he probably would not lend it out either. The reason why he could fight 1 versus 3, while it was because the enshrouding mist soul physique was incomparably powerful, it was also because of the existence of the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that when these words were uttered, even Hegemon Imperishable jumped in fright too. You're freaking teasing me, right? Ha ha ha. Old ghost Imperishable. I even thought that this boy was here to save you. Didn't expect that he's here to kill you. Pray tell, are you scared or not? Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. Hegemon Imperishable was speechless. Hegemon Heavenly Soul also laughed loudly and said, Brat, the more you say so, the more it shows that you're talking nonsense. Are you trying to tell us how formidable you are at boasting? The few of us have been bored for a very long time. Thank you for delivering us a bit of gag. Ha ha ha. Really very funny. Yi Yuan gave Heavenly Soul a glance and said with a smile, Hegemon Heavenly Soul, right? Your old friend, Hegemon Me Tian, asked me to send you his regards. But it seems like you haven't been well these few years, being suppressed firmly by Hegemon Imperishable. That stalwart celestial deity's laughter abruptly ceased at this moment. A pair of angry eyes were glued on Yi Yuan. Hegemon Me Tian. This was a name that humiliated him. The divine emergence that Yi Yuan cultivated was S-N-T-C, head away from his hands by precisely Hegemon Me Tian. Back then, Hegemon Me Tian crossed worlds, saying that he wanted to borrow the three great sacred canons to browse. Hegemon, heavenly soul, was naturally not willing. In the end, he was beaten by Hegemon Meteon until he had to search the ground for his teeth. In the end, it was when Hegemon Samsara returned that this skirmish came to an end. However, under Hegemon Samsara's agreement, Meteon still borrowed the divine emergence among the three great sacred canons to read. This matter was the humiliation of the entire Chi Soul clan. To this day, it was still an indelible humiliation in Hegemon Heavenly Soul's heart. Today, this junior actually mentioned Hegemon Meteon in front of him. This was really courting death. Similarly, Supreme Hegemons, the strength had a disparity too. Just like Hegemon Imperishable, he could deal with three great Supreme Hegemons with his power alone. Clearly, his strength belonged to the very strong kind among Supreme Hegemons. As for Hegemon Meteon, he overwhelmed the Chi Soul clan with great ease with his power alone. Yi Yuan guessed that he was probably even stronger than Hegemon Imperishable. Didn't expect that your old man Meteon's successor. After this seat gets out, I'll definitely kill you right away. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shrugged and said lightly, "You don't have the chance." Senior Meteon told me that Hegemon Heavenly Soul was born with a powerful soul body, even stronger than the fleshy body major powers of all the heavens. But he's merely a meathead, that's all. Dealing with him, using a weaker force to deal with a greater force would do. The other three great Hegemons desperately held back their laughters. In the end, they could not hold it anymore. Hegemon Heavenly Soul was furious to the extreme. Meathead, this term of address, was truly all too apartment. He was actually unable to refute. He was born from chaos. His inborn soul body was incomparably strong and could not be killed at all. But his comprehension of origin was extremely dull. The reason why he could squeeze into the ranks of Supreme Hegemon was entirely that his soul body was powerful. As for origins, he practically knew nothing about it. Although he was a soul denizen, he was simply a big fellow who trained the physical body. Of course, that also depended on who it was. To Hegemon Meteon, he could toy with him however he wanted. But Supreme Hegemons whose strength were lacking, even if they reached Supreme Hegemon, it would be hard to gain any advantage under his powerful soul body too. As for Yi Yuan, it went even more without saying. Using a weaker force to deal with a greater force, this seat wants to see how you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, use a weaker force to overcome a greater force. Heavenly Soul said in rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's fine. You just watch. Hegemon Imperishable, are you really not lending it?" "Not lending," Hegemon Imperishable said without thinking. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, then I can only offend." Swuz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he disappeared. The four great Supreme Hegemons were stupefied, feeling a little baffled. "Ha ha ha, this boy is really interesting. Threatened us for half a day here. In the end, he slipped away," Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. "Humph. If he has the ability, flee out of nihility, exceeding balance, heaven. Otherwise, even if this seat needs to chase him until the end of the world, I'll kill him too." Hegemon Heavenly Soul said, hatefully. But Hegemon Bloodsong said, "Emen, this boy didn't run. He went over to the sea of origin there. What does he want to do?" The current Yi Yuan plunged headfirst into the sea of origin, enshrouding mist soul physique, fusing into the origins once more. The four great Hegemons stopped laughing. They felt as if something was about to happen. Chapter 2966, Pummeling the Four Great Hegemons. Chapter 2966, Pummeling the Four Great Hegemons. Should we bury the hatchet first? I keep feeling that something bad is going to happen. Hegemon, Heavenly Soul said. Bloodsong snorted coldly and said, Heavenly Soul, are you a good-for-nothing? A measly little Emperor Cloud? Heaven has scared you? Or is it that you got scared by Hegemon Meteon's name? Heavenly Soul's expression turned cold, and he said in anger, Keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, this seat will find trouble with you. Bloodsong's mouth curled, and he stopped talking. He currently needed the Chi Soul Clan's alliance. However, with this disturbance, no one kept Yi Yuan in mind. They were supreme hegemons in the end. There were really not many existences in this world that could threaten them. They also really wanted to see just what the H.E.L. Yi Yuan was doing. In the Origin Sea, Yi Yuan emitted a series of strange fluctuations through the enshrouding mist soul physique. This undulation was very unique. Even the four great hegemons could not sense it, but a portion of the origins in the Origin Sea started to seethe little by little. These were all masterless origins without consciousness. They would not deliberately attack people and would not deliberately let people comprehend. But at this time, they actually seemed to have their consciousness be awakened, producing a resonance with Yi Yuan's soul physique. Very soon, those origins were seemingly lit up. In this dark bewildering battlefield, countless stars seemed to have lit up all at once. Originally, the four great hegemons were all waiting to see Yi Yuan's laughingstock. But now, they could not laugh anymore. At their prime, they naturally did not care about these origins. But the four of them were currently in a situation of four sides being defeated and wounded, being attacked by so many origin energies. The consequences were not an ordinary kind of serious. What on earth is going on here? Those masterless origins are being awakened by him? Hegemon, Heavenly Soul said in shock. Could it be that this boy is planning to use these origins to come and attack us? This isn't possible, right? Evil Dragon said in shock. How is this possible? These masterless origins, even we can't order them about. A puny little enshrouding mist soul physique, can order so many origins to be used by him? This boy probably imprinted many origin seeds in the enshrouding mist soul physique and can cause an origin resonance. That's all. He wants to use this move to force old ghost Imperishable to submit, Bloodsong still said disdainfully. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense too. They immediately felt much more relieved. At this time, Hegemon Imperishable suddenly said, what he awakened doesn't seem to be all of the origins. This place is the bewildering battlefield. Do you guys think he will use some method to awaken all of the origins of the Labyrinth Divine Palace powerhouses that died? The moment these words came out, the three great hegemons were shocked. If it was like this, it would be terrifying. This isn't possible, right? A measly little Emperor Cloud, heaven. What right does he have to be able to summon the origins of the Labyrinth Divine Palace powerhouses who died? Hegemon Bloodsong said in alarm. Although he denied it firmly, he still felt that Hegemon Imperishable's guess was very reliable. But Heavenly Soul trembled all over and said in disbelief, Don't you all forget, Old Thing Meteon and the Labyrinth Divine Palaces, Hegemon Tionke, are bosom friends. If he said some secret technique to this brat, it's not impossible. Hegemon Imperishable said, back then, the Labyrinth Divine Palace was like a rolling bigger and bigger. Furthermore, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disciples were extremely united. It was like there was something brain was. Plussing them. This boy might be using this secret technique. Although the origins are masterless, they were all comprehended by people and all carry a trace of obsession from powerhouses when they were still alive. This trace of obsession is usually nothing, but if it's the labyrinth divine palace, the horizons of the few great supreme hegemons were all at the peak of the heavens. Hegemon Meteon's relations. H.I. plus P with the labyrinth divine palace was no secret, especially that hegemon heavenly soul was sworn enemies with him. He naturally knew very, very well. They guessed the whole thing very quickly. However, it was already too late. All of a sudden, countless light dots in the night sky whistled by, like a meteor shower, completely illuminating the night sky. The four great hegemons felt their hairs stand on end. Old Ghost Imperishable, hurry up and stop. Hegemon, heavenly soul cried out. At this time, the hegemon Imperishable, who had been level-headed and calm, was not calm anymore as well. His voice appeared slightly anxious as he said, 1, 2, 3, let go. The other three people were long already too impatient to wait. At virtually the same time, the four people separated. But at this time, the origin meteor shower had already arrived in front of the four people. Among the hundreds of thousands of origins that were awakened, there were even many hegemon realm powerhouses origins among them. How immense was the pressure? The four people brought out their strongest moves at the same time without hesitation, attempting to withstand this meteor shower. If they were at their prime, they naturally would not fear a bunch of dead people. But the four people had experienced a great battle without equal. They were all already arrows at the end of their flight. Facing such shocking power, they also felt tremendous pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors fell, and the void exploded. A terrifying to the extreme energy undulation blew the void into smithereens. Arg! Pain. So painful. Hegemon Evil Dragon cried out strangely. His powerful physical body was blasted into a blurry mess of blood and flesh. Countless meteors landed on Hegemon Heavenly Soul's head, directly blowing his head away. And Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique also became extremely thin under this kind of terrifying explosion. This meteor shower explosion belonged to an indiscriminate attack. It even disrupted the heaven and earth rules in this area of S.P.A.C. time. Therefore, Hegemon Imperishable's consciousness suffered heavy damage too. The most miserable was none other than Hegemon Bloodsong. Yi Yuan fused a wisp of the purest blood origin into Hegemon-level origin. Hegemon Bloodsong was also a key target of Yi Yuan's consideration. That region of Blood Lake almost dissipated under this bombardment. One had to know that Hegemon Bloodsong's strength was even stronger than Lord W. A.N.G's was. How could his Blood Lake be so easy to break? But sadly, he encountered Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's origin of blood was even purer than his origin. This is the origin of chaos blood. How can you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, have this? Ah! Amidst the miserable cries, Hegemon Bloodsong's voice was filled with horror. He was all too clear where this origin of chaos blood originated from. Apart from the chaos bloodstone. And, oh, body could possess it. Now, it actually appeared on a puny little human. How could he not be horrified? The terrifying meteor shower bombardment finally subsided after blasting this region of S.P.A.C. time for several hours. At this time, Yi Yuan's figure slowly emerged. It was just that his soul body was already close to dissipating. Guiding this origin explosion, he naturally had to pay a huge price too. The price was his soul body virtually collapsing. The current Yi Yuan was weak to the extreme once again. However, the four great supreme hegemons were even more miserable than him. If someone was here, they would definitely be frightened until their eyes were popping out. Regarding these four great supreme hegemons, randomly call one out and the world would tremble for a long time. But here, they were actually being thrashed by a puny little emperor cloud heaven. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. Chapter 2967, Imperishable lowering his head, cloud neon breaking through realm. Chapter 2967, Imperishable lowering his head, cloud neon breaking through realm. Now, are you lending or not? Yi Yuan's face had no joy nor sorrow, but his words were filled with determination. How could hegemon Imperishable still not understand? Yi Yuan's obsession was to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. So what if I don't lend? Could it be that, in your current state, you can still launch it a second time? Hegemon Imperishable said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not speak, his already very faint soul body integrated into the origins once more. The second meteor shower was launched fiercely. Of course, the power this time was much worse than the previous time. The target of his attack was also not the four great hegemons, but hegemon Imperishable alone. When hegemon Imperishable saw this scene, his scalp could not help tingling. This boy really did not want his life anymore. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yi Yuan had not turned to ashes yet, but he was already not far away. Hegemon Imperishable was no better than him as well. Someone as powerful as him was actually in danger of turning to ashes too. Lending or not, Yi Yuan seemingly completely could not feel that he was about to disintegrate right away, and just said coolly, "Brat, you're too naive. This seat's name of Imperishable isn't randomly called. At this rate, the one to die first is yourself." Hegemon Imperishable still refused to relent. Yi Yuan did not speak, launching the third origin meteor shower. When the other three saw that Yi Yuan was so vicious, they could not help being visibly moved too. This guy was a complete lunatic. He completely did not care about his life and death. Threaten you? It did not exist. If you don't agree, I'll bombard you until you agree. This boy is a ruthless character. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely achieve great accomplishments in the future. Hegemon Evil Dragon was visibly moved as he said, "Humph, do you think that he can still not die like this?" Bloodsong said in anger, "After going out this time, just take it as today's matter never happened." Hegemon, Heavenly Soul, said with a cold snort, "For great supreme hegemons actually suck. You bed at the hands of an emperor cloud, heaven. If this were to spread, their faces would really have nowhere to put." Bang, bang, bang. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yi Yuan's soul body was already almost transparent. If you did not look carefully, you could not even see it anymore. Of course, Hegemon Imperishable's soul body was also about there. Hegemon Imperishable was on the verge of Paris. Plussing this time. Of course, it was not that Yi Yuan was very formidable. It was just that he was too badly injured before. The ones who fought with him were supreme hegemons. The next time, it should be the last time. I reckon that I can't make it anymore. Just don't know whether or not you can pull through. Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But these words were simply humiliation to Hegemon Imperishable. He was of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan was similarly of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan roughly knew what Hegemon Imperishable's limit was. One more time, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. But whether or not Hegemon Imperishable could pull through was really hard to say. Hegemon Imperishable's face alternated in shades of white and green. How long had it been since he had felt this feeling of humiliation? Even when facing the besiegement of three great supreme hegemons, he did not give in at all too. Regarding this battle with the three great hegemons, he was proud, forcing three great supreme hegemons to not dare to make a move without careful consideration. This could not be done by everyone who knew that today he was actually forced into such a situation by an Emperor Cloud Heaven brat. Hegemon Imperishable was stubborn. He instinctively wanted to reject it, but just as he opened his mouth, he glimpsed that the three people by the side were currently looking at him with excited faces, and he could not help but shudder. These three fellows were hoping that he and this boy would both suffer mutual destruction, right? If he really died, then the Nirvanic Soul Clan would really be finished. Even if he did not die, in his current condition, he still did not know how long it would take to recover. Okay, I promise you. When the words reached the tip of his tongue, Hegemon Imperishable changed his tone. Bloodsong, three people had disappointed looks. While Yi Yuan let out a long sigh in relief, he naturally knew about Hegemon Imperishable's pride. Therefore, he had no confidence at all in whether or not the other party would agree. Fortunately, there were still three old fellows next to them. Thank you all. Yi Yuan felt that if it were not for the three of them, Hegemon Imperishable would rather die than to agree. Rumble! Right at this time, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. Above the void, an enormous stone door slowly emerged. Door of Eternal Life. A beautiful figure was standing in front of the door of Eternal Life. Evil Dragon's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in alarm, "Not good!" This girl actually broke through the gateway to and gained enlightenment on Tao amidst the origins. Hegemon Bloodsong smiled lightly and said, "What are you scared of? This girl is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and she plans to use 81 origins to salt the door of Eternal Life. This third seal is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Evil Dragon came to a realization and said, "That's true concerning 81 origins. The third seal is at the level of grand completion. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, those who could break through this hurdle to this day can be counted on one hand. Does this girlie really think that she's defying the heavens?" Around Cloud Neon, dozens of origin powers were glimmering and fading indeterminately, supporting her like a fairy maiden that descended to the mortal world. On the door of Eternal Life, the third seal seemed to be a little tighter. The more origins, the greater the difficulty of breaking through as well. These 81 origins were the limit of Emperor Sakra Heaven. The power of this third seal was also the strongest. Since ancient times, no idea how many geniuses had attempted to use 81 origin powers to break through the seal, but there were barely any who succeeded. Of course, once it succeeded, the sealed door would directly have a slight gap being pushed open, and the benefits obtained would also be unimaginable. Boom! On Cloud Neon's body, an afterglow radiately brilliantly. She had started to salt Hegemon realm. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he felt an upsurge of emotion too. He had heard from Hegemon Meteon before that salting the door of Eternal Life with 81 origins. Once it succeeded, one's strength could immediately reach the level of peak hegemons. They were not at all inferior to supreme hegemons. But it was precisely because it was difficult that once the door of Eternal Life could not be opened, they might not be able to break through to Hegemon realm for life. Therefore, all those who dared to take this step were outstandingly talented people. Yi Yuan had long prepared to salt the door of Eternal Life with 81 origins. Today, he could view it in advance. Under a strike, the third seal did not budge an inch. The power of this third seal was even more terrifying than imagined. However, Cloud Neon's face did not have the slightest ripple, striking again without the slightest hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. One attack after another hammered on the door of eternal life. But the power of the third seal clearly exceeded imagination. But Cloud Neon's soul body became dimmer and dimmer because of the door of eternal life's backlash force. Seeing this scene, Hegemon Evil Dragon laughed loudly and said, "Old ghost imperishable, this girl underestimated the door of eternal life too much. Her strength is pretty good, but wanting to break the door of eternal life, it's impossible." Heavenly Soul also smiled and said, "The Cloud Dream Soul physique is indeed powerful, but this La S is too ambitious. With 81 origins bombarding the door of eternal life, does she really think that this step is so easy to take?" A hint of gloominess was also revealed in Hegemon Imperishable's eyes. He knew that Cloud Neon was considered to be crippled. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said lightly, "She'll succeed." Chapter 2968, Borrowing Umbrella. Chapter 2968, Borrowing Umbrella. Boy, some things can't be done just by moving your mouth. Evil Dragon said with a sneer. His voice had yet to fade when Cloud Neon's soul body suddenly vanished. The 81 origins merged into one. Kraz. H-I plus ing into the door of eternal life once again. Boom. A crack actually appeared in that third seal. But when Cloud Neon's soul body appeared again, it was faint to the extreme. Her soul body was about to collapse. The three great Hegemon's expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise, "Does this La S not want her life anymore?" Burning her soul body to A-S. Salt the hurdle. It's fatal. Cloud Neon's face did not show any emotion, her soul body dissipating again. Boom. This time, the crack grew a little bigger, but Cloud Neon's soul body became even dimmer. The four great Hegemons were shocked. Their eyes could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. This reckless scene was so familiar. These two little fellows that barged in were both lunatics that did not want their lives. Boom, boom, boom. Cloud Neon's soul body became fainter and fainter. However, the crack on the third seal also grew bigger and bigger. In a blink, Cloud Neon's soul body already could not be seen clearly anymore. It was even more serious than Yi Yuan. However, she still rushed towards the seal again, without the slightest hesitation. Boom! The third seal opened at the sound of it. The door of eternal life that would seemingly never open actually opened a tiny gap at this time. The aura of great Tao poured out like floodwaters that broke the dam. The expressions of Evil Dragon and the other three great Hegemons changed wildly. This La S actually really succeeded. To them, this was terrible news. The three of them were critically wounded. Under such circumstances, they could not even escape, which was also to say that Cloud Neon's breakthrough was devastating to them. Whose? H plus Cloud Neon's soul body that was about to be completely destroyed actually recondensed under the scouring of this great Tao power. And her aura was also in the midst of climbing frenziedly. The 81 origins turned bright at a speed visible to the naked eye. The current Cloud Neon stood there, still cold as ice, but it gave people an otherworldly feeling, as if she was otherworldly. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he was actually mesmerized from watching too. Walking lightly, Cloud Neon gave Hegemon Imperishable a deep bow and said, paying respects to progenitor. Hegemon Imperishable had a relieved expression on his face. This was his trump card that he was originally planning to use to deal with the Chi Soul clan. He did not expect that, at this time, she actually succeeded in breaking through, becoming a Hegemon realm powerhouse. The other three great Hegemons also did not expect that in a blink of an eye, this La S in front of them, actually became the crux that governed everyone's life and death. Hoo-hoo, Cloud Neon, you didn't let this seat down. Now, kill this kid first. Hegemon Imperishable pointed at Yi Yuan and said, This punk brought him endless humiliation. He had been invincible all his life and had never been forced to lower his head by anyone before. But he lowered his head to Yi Yuan. Fortunately, he had not sworn the heavenly Tao oath yet. Now he could decide Yi Yuan's life and death with a word. Evil dragon, 3 people all had gloating expressions. They did not have a good impression of Yi Yuan either. If not for this kid, they would have already made their getaway now. Why would they need to wait to die here? Cloud Neon's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan. The latter did not shy away either, and just smiled sadly. He also did not think that Cloud Neon actually broke through at the critical moment. However, outside of everyone's expectations, Cloud Neon actually bowed toward Hegemon Imperishable once again, and pleaded, "May Cloud Neon be so bold as to request Progenitor to lend Yi Yuan the purple ripple umbrella to use." "What did you say?" Hegemon Imperishable's gaze turned intent as he glared at Cloud Neon. He could not quite believe his own ears. Cloud Neon was actually making him lend the purple ripple umbrella to Yi Yuan? Evil dragon, 3 people also opened their eyes wide. What on earth was this girl doing? Was she not Old Ghost Imperishable's people? Why would she say such a thing? Cloud Neon did not avoid Hegemon Imperishable's gaze in the slightest, and said calmly, "Yi Yuan is just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella in order to save his beloved. Cloud Neon will be by the side. Once he finishes using it, I'll take back the purple ripple umbrella. Progenitor, please show mercy." Yi Yuan was surprised. Was this woman moved by him? But back then, she clearly did not have any expression at all. Yes, along the way, Yi Yuan told Cloud Neon the reason for borrowing the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that Cloud Neon just listened to it and did not express much. She still had a cold face, as per usual, but now she actually spoke up for him at the risk of offending Hegemon Imperishable. This woman was very similar to her. Before this, Yi Yuan felt that this woman was very cold-blooded, killing people without batting an eyelid. But now, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he was wrong. This woman's coldness was only due to her nature, but her heart had a soft side. This kind of personality was simply cut from the same cloth as Mu Lingxue, the Mu Lingxue back then. How proud and cold was she, akin to a fairy maiden from heaven. But once she fell in love with him, even if her bones were ground to dust, she would not hesitate either. Yi Yuan did not feel that Cloud Neon fell in love with him, but very clearly she was moved by his story. Someone who went through all kinds of hearts, HI plus PS and difficulties for the sake of his beloved, walking step by step from the mortal world to this present day. This kind of unwavering feeling, how could it not move people? Yi Yuan guessed correctly. Cloud Neon was moved by him, but what she was moved by was not the story. It was everything that he had done. Yi Yuan held on with one breath, refusing to be annihilated, all the way until Hegemon Imperishable awakened him anew. He did not scruple to have both sides suffer mutual destruction, pressuring an overlord like Hegemon Imperishable to lower his head. Such a thing could not be falsified. Cloud Neon was gaining enlightenment on Tao, but she saw everything that happened in the G.O.D. bewildering battlefield. Actually, she also did not know why she did it. Perhaps it was at the behest of supernatural powers. Hegemon Imperishable's eyes turned icy cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "If I don't agree, are you going to help him deal with this seat?" Cloud Neon said, "Progenitor, it's just a matter of lifting a hand. Why is there a need?" Hegemon Imperishable said in anger, "Good, very good. I didn't expect that this seat actually raised an ingrate. Take it, scram." A large purple umbrella flew toward Cloud Neon. Cloud Neon reached her hand out to take it. "Pious, sing it to Yi Yuan," she said. "If you're concocting any schemes, I'll kill you with my own hands." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. He was not interested in the purple ripple umbrella at all. What he wanted was just to be able to save Mu Lingxue. Suddenly, the power of origin blossomed from Cloud Neon's body, only to see her point at the void. Hegemen evil dragon directly blew into pieces and was completely annihilated along with his dragon soul. As supreme hegemon of his generation died, on the spot. Following that, she pointed a finger at Bloodsong in the same manner. Bloodsong's expression changed greatly, and he roared wildly, "Motherstone, save me!" Right at this time, a streak of B-L-O-O-D-Y light tore across the sky, and it actually directly entered the G-O-D bewildering battlefield. Boom! Cloud Neon took several steps back in a row. Her icy cold face actually carried some shock. At that moment, Bloodsong, who was with them all, had long already disappeared. What terrifying strength! Progenitor, there's actually still such an expert in the blood race? Cloud Neon said. Hegemon Imperishable's fury had long already dissipated into thin air. He also had a shocked expression on his face. Clearly, it was also his first time seeing this power. Chapter 2969. Chapter 2969. The Scent of Hope. Chapter 2969. Chapter 2969. The Scent of Hope. This guy became stronger again. Looking at the blood light that receded like the tide, Yi Yuan said in surprise. Hegemon Imperishable and Cloud Neon both looked at him strangely, clearly rather surprised. Suddenly, the blood light seemed to have discovered something and actually stopped retreating. A pair of eyes appeared in the blood light, looking at that illusory figure, Yi Yuan. The Chaos Bloodstone said, "Brat, we meet again." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, "You can talk." Being able to talk, it meant that it had already awakened consciousness. The last time he met the Chaos Bloodstone, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. Everything could only rely on instinct. But now, this guy actually already had consciousness. This was also to say that the Chaos Bloodstone was probably not far from being born. This was not good news. Looks like you're very surprised. This seat is currently at the final juncture of awakening. I'll spare you this time. After this seat comes into being, the first one that I'm going to kill is you, this punk. To dare cheat a wisp of this seat's chaos blood origin, you're still the first one. This score must be settled. Ha ha. While talking, the blood light retreated, and everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Cloud Neon, Imperishable, Heavenly Soul, three great hegemons were all looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. This guy actually cheated a trace of origin from that terrifying existence. This boy was really impressive enough. Yi Yuan, before waiting for Cloud Neon to open her mouth and ask, Yi Yuan said all of the information that he knew. He's the blood race's mother stone, Chaos Bloodstone. The blood race was created by him. When the three great hegemons heard, their faces were unprecedentedly solemn. Only then did they learn that it turns out that the 33 heavens actually gave birth to such a terrifying existence. Therefore, regardless of whether it is your Chi Soul clan or Nirvanic Soul clan, there's no meaning in attacking each other at all. Once the Chaos Bloodstone is born, it will probably be the entire 33 heavens catastrophe. What appeared just now was merely a wisp of his clone. I can feel that he's much stronger than before. Furthermore, he already has consciousness and probably won't be too far away from coming into being. Yi Yuan said with a solemn look, "You mean that we were all made use of by the blood race?" Hegemon, Heavenly Soul, said in a solemn voice. "Otherwise, whatever chaos races are one family. How ridiculous! Hegemon, Heavenly Soul, you're really a meathead. Even this kind of bulls. I plus T reason can deceive you? Yi Yuan beat him down, without the slightest mercy. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in a great rage, "Brat, if you dare to say another word, this seat will immediately tear you to shreds." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You only dare to challenge me, this Emperor Cloud Heaven, Heavenly Soul without Hegemon Samsara, who the H-E-L. I do you think you are? If you have the ability, wait until I reach Hegemon Realm. Then, let's have a fight. If I don't beat you until your soul disintegrates, my name, Yi Yuan, 2 words, will be written upside down." You, Hegemon, Heavenly Soul, could not help choking. His biggest taboo was others mentioning this point. He was a supreme Hegemon at any rate, his strength reigning supreme across the heavens. He did not want to be perceived by people that he was surviving under Hegemon Samsara's wings. But he understood in his heart that reality was like this. Being exposed by Yi Yuan mercilessly, he felt a loss in face. Enough! Heavenly Soul, what Yi Yuan said is right. The enmity between us can be put aside for the time being. Once that evil thing comes into being, regardless of whether it is the Chi Soul Clan or Nirvanic Soul Clan, will probably suffer a cataclysmic disaster. Furthermore, the blood race is currently running amok across the heavens, and the Chaos Bloodstone strength is getting stronger and stronger. We have to be prepared. Hegemon Imperishable said. Humph! Hegemon, Heavenly Soul said with a cold snort and stopped talking. Cloud Neon, you bring him... Hegemon Imperishable said. Yes. Hence, Cloud Neon brought Yi Yuan and left the G.O.D. bewildering battlefield. A month later, at Sublime Pill Sect, after a terrifying Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, light radiating everywhere. When this half of a clone returned to the original body, he directly leaped over true sovereign heaven and stepped into Emperor Realm. His door of eternal life had already been summoned. His origin divinity realm had already stepped into Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just a matter of how much divine essence to him. This happened to be very simple to Yi Yuan. After Finus, H.I. breaking through, Yi Yuan's heart started pounding. This day finally arrived. Experiencing countless tribulations, he finally saw the hope of saving Mu Lingxue. The beauty before his eyes, Yi Yuan took meticulous care of her. She was spotless and flawless, and even preserved the appearance of being locked in ice for 10,000 miles. It was as if she was asleep. A powerful divine essence wrapped Mu Lingxue up. She was only at the lower realm's divine king realm. Her physical body could not withstand the 33 heavens' power of rules at all. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Lingxue. The muscles on his face were twitching. Mi Tian said before that Mu Lingxue's divine soul might have already entered samsara. If so, it could not be called back anymore. Furthermore, because Mu Lingxue burned her divine soul back then, her divine soul had long already become uncertain. Only wisps of soul origin's energy were left behind, drifting between heaven and earth. The trace of fluctuation that Yi Yuan felt in the lower realms, it was this soul origin's energy. Whether or not he could revive, Mu Lingxue was still an unknown thing. The purple ripple umbrella opened, and purple light enveloped Mu Lingxue's physical body. Yi Yuan cast the soul-gathering mystic art with endless flus, tur. The purple light was quiet, setting off waves of ripples. Mu Lingxue's physical body finally had a reaction. That last trace of spiritual consciousness was magnified by the purple ripple umbrella. The purple ripple umbrella was one of the soul race's supreme soul artifacts. It had a function, which was that it could feel the most fundamental soul origin in the world. It was also precisely because of this that Mi Tian had Yi Yuan come and borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Everything was in order. Yi Yuan could only slowly wait. However, his entire body was trembling by the side. He had waited for this day for far too long. He was not afraid of hearts. Plus PS. What he was afraid of was not being able to save Mu Lingxue. Cloud Neon looked at this scene. Her icy face could not help sighing slightly. Love sickness in this world was no more than this, right? Kid, loosen up a little. You've already worked very hard. Even if you can't save her, she won't blame you too. Mi Tian urged. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just stared fixedly at Mu Lingxue. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 day said after another, and the serene light of the purple ripple umbrella had already said through all the heavens, searching for Mu Lingxue's soul origin. But there was still no reaction. Yi Yuan's heart became more and more teared, virtually about to explode. He did not want it to still be all in vain after waiting for so many years. Mi Tian looked at this besotted child, a hint of reluctance plussing across in his heart. This child was too stubborn. On the 10th day, there was still no reaction. On the 15th day, still no reaction. Yi Yuan's heart was already filled with despair. He virtually wanted to roar out. Finally, on the 18th day, the purple ripple umbrella had a reaction. A familiar aura came from beyond the heavens. This was the aura of soul origin. Yi Yuan had felt it once. He knew this aura too well. At this moment, Yi Yuan was almost jumping up in agitation. It's back. Really came back. Senior, I've finally waited for this day. When talking, Yi Yuan had tears covering his face. Chapter 2970. We'll meet again if fated. Chapter 2970. We'll meet again if fated. Under the purple ripple umbrella, Mu Lingxue's soul origin was gathering around little by little. The sleeping, beauty-like Mu Lingxue actually had a trace of life. This made Yi Yuan become even more wildly elated. Senior, I finally succeeded. The current Yi Yuan needed someone to share his joy. Mi Tian smiled and said, Heaven rewards the faithful. Kid, congratulations. On Yi Yuan, he saw eternal composure. No matter how great the difficulties he faced, he could keep his cool in the face of a crisis. However, the current Yi Yuan was agitated like a child. It was still his first time seeing it. Mi Tian also felt deeply emotional. This boy truly had love as solid as gold. In the cultivation world, feelings were often very unreliable. People who betrayed you were often the people closest to you. Even if it was not betrayal, time would also weaken everything. But Yi Yuan was different. The longer the time, the deeper his feelings seemed to grow. A mortal world lover, but Yi Yuan could strive until today for her sake. It was truly not easy. He felt happy for Yi Yuan too. Ugh! Suddenly, Mu Lingxue gave an inaudible groan. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. Taking out a heavenly pill, he sent it into Mu Lingxue's body extremely carefully. At this time, Mu Lingxue already had some consciousness and was no longer a living corpse. She could naturally cultivate. Hence, under the help of the heavenly pill, Mu Lingxue's cultivation realm increased rapidly. Half a month later, the heavenly pill was fully digested, and Mu Lingxue became a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This was just a matter of lifting a hand to the current Yi Yuan. 3 months said in a twinkle. On this day, Mu Lingxue's eyelids quivered slightly, and she actually slowly opened her eyes. Yi Yuan was agitated until his heart was almost leaping out of his throat. He hugged Mu Lingxue and said agitatedly, Lingxue, heaven didn't let me down. You finally returned. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? You're really silly. You didn't even want your life anymore for me? Do you know how much my heart ached? So many years, I've always spent it in guilt. No matter how strong I became, that guilt in my heart had never disappeared before. However, everything has said. Everything has said now. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Yi Yuan had never hugged Mu Lingxue so tightly in this life before. He was scared. He was scared that this was a dream. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so emotional, the 10,000-year ice face of Cloud Neon, who was not far away, actually showed signs of thawing too. In the boundless 33 heavens, this scene was truly not often seen. But the Mu Lingxue, who was being embraced tightly by Yi Yuan, her reaction seemed a little dull. Time did not leave its mark on her face. That face was still kingdom-toppling. It was just that the look in her eyes seemed somewhat vacant. No idea how long had said either. She slowly pushed Yi Yuan away, looked at Yi Yuan, and asked with uncertainty, "Who are you?" Yi Yuan's entire person turned stiff, and he said with unwillingness, "Lingxue, I'm Ji Qingyun. Didn't you recognize me anymore?" Mu Lingxue frowned slightly, as if striving hard to remember, muttering under her breath, "Ji Qingyun?" Yi Yuan nodded his head hard and said, "Yes, Ji Qingyun. Qingyun Zi. You think carefully again. Back then, in the Medicine King Hall, you and I drank together under the moon. You stabbed my shoulder with a sword, forcing me to submit. Back then, Heavenly Whim Divine King wanted to make a move against me, so you hunted him down for 100,000 miles. I paid a visit to give thanks, but you shut the door and refused to meet." Yi Yuan recounted each event as if enumerating his family's valuables. But Mu Lingxue did not have the slightest reaction. She just said coolly, "Apologies. What you said just now, I don't have any impression at all." Yi Yuan was akin to being thunderstruck, standing transfixed on the spot. How could this be? Then, do you remember who you are? Yi Yuan asked unwillingly. Mu Lingxue nodded and said, "Spirit Snow Divine King, Mu Lingxue, this place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. My cultivation also seems to have greatly as said before." Yi Yuan was stupefied again. She remembered everything and only forgotten about him? Or was he the eternal pain in her heart? Mi Tian let out a sigh and said, "Looks like her soul origin wasn't fully condensed." Yi Yuan roused himself and said, "Then I'll cast the soul gathering technique again and condense her soul origin. It's no use. A portion of her soul origin has already entered samsara. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, you can't find it too." Cloud Neon suddenly opened her mouth and said, Mi Tian felt somewhat sorry for Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, "Mortal divine souls contain 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls." She burned her divine soul, losing the carrier, and the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls turned into soul origin, drifting between heaven and earth. Once a long time has said, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will each have their own encounters. Some can even cultivate on their own and attain Tao. But as long as they didn't enter samsara, they ultimately can't escape the purple ripple umbrella's calling. However, he did not finish saying, but the meaning was already very clear. Even the purple ripple umbrella could not find it. Then it must have entered samsara. Mu Lingxue was somewhat confused, not knowing what they were talking about. Yi Yuan had a look of dejection and still said unwillingly, "Even if it entered samsara, it has to be in this 33 heavens. Can it be found?" Cloud Neon said coolly, "The variables involved are too great. After entering samsara, it's a new life. She won't have her previous life's memories any longer, and she won't have her previous life's feelings. Even if you really find it, do you feel she'll want to fuse together with a completely different individual?" Yi Yuan was silent. He did not expect that after experiencing many untold hearts, HI plus PS, he still did not let Mu Lingxue resurrect perfectly. What Cloud Neon said was right. If right now he had a previous life standing in front of him, asking him to merge together, would he agree? That was impossible. I'm me, the only one in this world. But was he giving up just like that? He was still not willing. If it was not a complete Mu Lingxue, then what was the point of reviving her? Right at this time, Mu Lingxue moved. She slowly walked outside of the main hall. Yi Yuan was startled and said, "Lingxue, where are you going?" Mu Lingxue said coolly, "This place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. It's a new world. I want to go and take a look." Yi Yuan let out a sigh of relief and revealed a smile as he said, "Okay, I'll bring you." Finished saying, he was going to bring Mu Lingxue away. "Stop!" Mu Lingxue suddenly shouted coldly and said, "I don't know who you are and what objectives you have. You don't need to put on a lovesick appearance in front of me either. Mu Lingxue, don't buy this. Now, stay further away from me. I know that you're very strong, but Mu Lingxue, would rather die than be your pet." Finished saying, Mu Lingxue turned around and left just like that. Yi Yuan was stunned, standing there at a loss on what to do. After experiencing untold hearts, HI plus PS, what he exchanged for was such a scene. I'll go and capture her back. Cloud Neon's figure moved and was about to make a move. "Forget it, let her go," Yi Yuan suddenly said. Cloud Neon's eyes flashed slightly, and she said, "You're willing to let her leave just like this?" Yi Yuan suddenly changed to a relaxed smile and said, "We'll meet again if it's fated. Moreover, this is the Mu Lingxue that I know." Chapter 2971, Secret of Samsara, Fulfilling His Promise. Chapter 2971, Secret of Samsara, Fulfilling His Promise. "Senior, what do I have to do to find Lingxue?" Yi Yuan said with unwillingness. Finding Mu Lingxue, Yi Yuan finally put down a heavy burden. However, not finding the complete Mu Lingxue, he was still reluctant and kept feeling that something was missing. Mi Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one person who can bring her back." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said, "Hegemon Samsara?" Mi Tian nodded and said, "That's right. This old thing is different from the others. He only gained enlightenment on the Tao of Samsara, but his strength is virtually the top existence among the entire hegemon realms. It can be described using the word unfathomable. His comprehension in the Tao of Samsara is unmatched by anyone. Although he can't control Samsara, he's walking on this path. As for how far he's walked, I don't know either. If anyone in this world can find that S, then it can only be him. In this world, no one dared to say that they had completely grasped a Tao with 3,000 great Taos. Even if it was just grasping one Tao, one could virtually connect to the heavens. A legend circulated in the 33 heavens. Those who could completely grasp an origin could break the door of eternal life and step into the great beyond. But since time immemorial, no one had ever done it. It was because only heavenly Tao could completely grasp a Tao. Therefore, that was why people would attempt to comprehend as many origin great Taos as possible, attempting to break the door of eternal life. Between these two paths, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. But without a doubt, Hegemon Samsara was very strong until he was not far from completely grasping a Tao. When Yi Yuan heard, he said somewhat excitedly, "Where is he?" Mi Tian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Body knows where he is. This old thing travels the heavens and myriad worlds, comprehending life, understanding Samsara. Perhaps he's currently just a mortal." Maybe he's currently a supreme hegemon. He might be beside you and me, but no one knows where he is. If he could be found, I wouldn't have asked you to go and borrow the purple ripple umbrella either. If that old thing takes action, wanting to revive this law, S would merely be a matter of lifting a hand. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and suddenly felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, and said with a smile, "Doesn't that mean that as long as I can find hegemon samsara, I can revive many people?" Tian nodded and said, "Yes, as long as the soul origin is still around, as long as the strength didn't reach hegemon realm, he can revive them all. In the Tao of samsara, his accomplishments are unmatched by anyone." Hegemon realm blasted open 3 seals. They already transcended samsara and were not in the 5 elements. Therefore, if a hegemon died, they would really be dead. But as long as one did not reach hegemon realm, they would have to follow the arrangements of hegemon realm in samsara. Although hegemon samsara did not grasp samsara, to revive a few people, it was easily accomplished. Back then, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed Ji Xingyang's soul origin before. This also ignited Yi Yuan's hope. Cloud Neon said coolly, "Give up on this." In these countless years, the number of times hegemon heavenly soul has met hegemon samsara can be counted on one hand, unless he takes the initiative to show himself. And, body can find him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He'll show up. Once the chaos bloodstone comes into being, that's the calamity of all the heavens and myriad worlds. I believe that hegemon samsara will definitely show himself. From a certain perspective, the two of them belong to the same CLA. S, both existences who have virtually reached superlative in one Tao at that time. When the blood race plagues every heaven and myriad worlds, hegemon samsara probably won't be able to stay aloof from worldly affairs and comprehend samsara. One origin of blood, one samsara origin. They were both extremely strong, great Taos. The chaos bloodstone needed the power of blood and needed the fresh blood of countless lives to corroborate his Tao. In contrast, hegemon samsara needed to comprehend the Tao of samsara amidst the ordinary. These two people could be said to be absolute opposites. Therefore, Yi Yuan judged that at that time, hegemon samsara would definitely appear. As for whether or not hegemon samsara would take action, Yi Yuan did not care. At least there was hope, right? Cloud Neon actually had nothing to say in reply, and said with a snicker, "Who do you think you are? If you ask hegemon samsara to revive, he'll help you revive?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not retort. Whether hegemon samsara would agree or not, he did not know, but he would do his best. He would work hard to become strong and qualified to speak with hegemon samsara. The goals that he set for himself back then have all been achieved. No, just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella. This was originally an impossible task, but he still did it. Although there was Cloud Neon's help involved, when it came down to it, it was still Yi Yuan's own efforts. Mu Lingxue had already revived, and Yi Yuan naturally did not need the purple ripple umbrella anymore as well. He was not someone who was greedy for treasures. He returned the purple ripple umbrella very readily and came to the imperishable soul domain together with Cloud Neon to thank hegemon imperishable. Hegemon imperishable was seriously injured and had not fully recovered yet. Seeing Yi Yuan, he naturally would not have a good ATT. I toot either. Many thanks, Senior Imperishable, for your kindness of lending me umbrella. This ye will bear it in mind. This ye owes Senior Imperishable a favor. If you need anything in the future, this ye absolutely won't refuse. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Imperishable took back the purple ripple umbrella and said with a cold snort, "Do you think that this seat needs your favor?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't need it now, but not necessarily in the future. This Yi examines my own conscience and feels that once I step into the realm of Hegemon in the future, my strength won't be beneath Senior's. Perhaps Senior might really turn to me for help." Hegemon Imperishable had a black face and said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you're really arrogant. Aren't you scared that this seat will smack you to death right now?" Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, "Didn't Senior set up the 7-colored pag? Oh, though in order to look for the true enshrouding mist soul physique. Now, the true enshrouding mist soul physique has appeared. I'm considered half a successor of yours too. Senior probably can't bear to do it, right?" In the G.O.D. bewildering battlefield, Hegemon Imperishable was worried that Yi Yuan was hatching a sinister plot, so he was not willing to lend the umbrella. Now, he knew that Yi Yuan was only trying to save someone, and he understood that everyone had the blood race, this common enemy, so he naturally would not have killing intent anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was right. He did indeed want to find a successor. It was just that he did not expect that his successor was actually a human. In addition, after Hegemon Imperishable returned, he also learned that Yi Yuan had indeed saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Although Hegemon Wu Wen died, the 3 races' allied forces had even greater losses than them. Hegemon Imperishable had no choice but to receive this favor too. Everyone was smart. There was naturally no need to beat around the bush when talking to. Hegemon Imperishable snorted coldly and said, "Your origin divinity returning to the physical body is a waste. You should enter my Nirvanic Soul Clan. Your future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath this seats in the future." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "My body is given by my parents. Yi Yuan doesn't dare to give it up easily. Moreover, what this Yi pursues isn't just Soul Dao. My ambition is even greater than what Senior can imagine." When Hegemon Imperishable heard, he flew into an even greater rage and said in a solemn voice, "Brat, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, my Nirvanic Soul Clan doesn't welcome you. Get lost." Yi Yuan smiled and bade farewell to Hegemon Imperishable. After coming out, Cloud Neon's gaze flickered, and she asked, "You're really not staying?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have something more important to do." Cloud Neon frowned and said, "That girl has already been saved. What more important stuff do you still have?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I promised Senior Meteon that I'd send him home. Now, it's time to fulfill the promise." Chapter 2972, Heaven Qian, Grade Bloodline. Chapter 2972, Heaven Qian, Grade Bloodline. Void Shrine illuminating heaven. This place was the paradise of true spirits. This place was ruled by the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, for Chaos true spirits, whose strengths were even a level greater than the soul race. They were the earliest ancestors of the myriad worlds demon race. Although the 33 heavens were planes of the same level, there were actually differences too, such as Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. It was quite a bit worse compared to Nihility Exceeding Balance Heaven and Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven. This could clearly be seen from the number of hegemons, as well as the quality of hegemons. Like Meteon, a powerhouse born from chaos and whose race talent was extremely powerful, he could be said to roam the heavens without adversary, and existences such as Hegemon Cloudmount. Although he was a top existence in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he was considerably worse when looking across all the heavens. Following his horizons continuously rising, Yi Yuan also gradually understood how strong the Meteon at his prime was. The feeling of returning home is really good. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Coming out of the barrier of heavens, Meteon could not refrain from feeling vicissitudes of emotion. He had been away from home for too long. Senior is treating me too much as a stranger by saying this. All these years, you've taught me so much. Without you, there also wouldn't be the person I am today. Yi Yuan said sincerely. Mi Tian smiled and said, without me, you can reach the peak all the same. You have Tao in your heart and are outstandingly talented. Maybe you can really become the first divergent cultivator to break heavenly Tao fetters and ascend to hegemon across all heavens and myriad worlds. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too kind. It's just that, although we've arrived at Void Shrine, illuminating heaven, it's not considered returning home either. Most likely, the way back home is still rather difficult, right? Mi Tian was silent. He knew that he could not hide it from Yi Yuan, an exalted supreme hegemon, a formidable existence who swept across the soul race but died in a strange land and was almost completely annihilated. Such a thing, it was unusual no matter how one looked at it. For so many years, Mi Tian did not speak. Yi Yuan did not speak either. But Yi Yuan guessed that this matter was probably not so simple. Some things I'm actually just guessing too. Everything will act according to Cirque stances when we return to the clan, Mi Tian said. Seeing that Mi Tian was not willing to say, Yi Yuan did not ask as well. He said with a nod, Then what should I do now? Mi Tian said, Go to East Billow region. Heavenly Dragon Island will send the Divine Dragon Envoy to patrol East Billow region. What you need to do is to attract the Divine Dragon Envoy's attention and have him bring you to Heavenly Dragon Island. The 4 divine beasts ruled a region each. The Chaos Dragon race was the ruler of this East Billow region. Major races like the Dragon race and Soul race all had their own holy land. Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land of the Chaos Dragon race. Legends had it that the place was the closest place to chaos, and it was also the birthplace of the dragon race. Heavenly Dragon Island was in the land of extreme east in Void Shrine, illuminating heaven above the vast sea. And, Body knew just where it was. Only by obtaining the recognition of the Divine Dragon Envoy could one be brought to Heavenly Dragon Island and become a true dragonkin. Originally, with Mi Tian's status, returning to the island was naturally effortless. But that way, many things would not be easy to do. Therefore, Yi Yuan wanted to enter Heavenly Dragon Island, but needed the Divine Dragon Envoy's guidance. Where are we now? Yi Yuan asked. This place should be the border between the Northern Phoenix region and East Billow region. Not far ahead is the East Billow region, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, and was about to set off for East Billow region. Coincidentally, right at this moment, a ray of red light fell from the horizon. Boom! A large hole was directly smashed out in the dense forest not far away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Thinking about it, he still went over to investigate. Upon going over to look, there was actually a fire-red phoenix lying in the large pit. This phoenix was the size of 2 humans. There were bloodstains on the body. There were no signs of life anymore. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, There's no hope. Mi Tian said, No, she entered the state of annihilation and will have a nirvanic rebirth very soon. This fire phoenix's bloodline is extremely pure. She's probably a core character of the Vermilion Bird clan. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Like this, and she's still not dead? Mi Tian said, Phoenix nirvanic rebirth. This is the innate divine ability of the Vermilion Bird clan. Each nirvanic rebirth will have tremendous benefits for them, but it's also the most dangerous time. This fire phoenix is seriously injured and forcibly entered a nirvanic state. Once she rises from the ashes, not only will her wounds recover fully, but her strength will also improve further. Sure enough, Before his voice faded, the fire phoenix started burning on her own with a bang. The blazing fire turned the surroundings into ruins. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated. This flame was too terrifying. Since she won't die, let's go then. As he said those words, Yi Yuan wanted to turn around and leave. Sir, please wait. Yi Yuan was just about to leave when a sweet female voice suddenly transmitted over. Except this voice seemed extremely feeble. It was as if it was about to die out at any moment. Yi Yuan was taken aback and confirmed that this voice came out of the large fire. It was the voice of the fire phoenix. That voice said, "Qingxian is being pursued by villains. I definitely can't escape the calamity when undergoing my nirvanic rebirth. I beseech Sir to lend a helping hand and save Qingxuan's life. After Qingxian succeeds in my nirvanic rebirth, there will definitely be generous rewards." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Do you feel that this Yi is young and ignorant about worldly affairs? You're a middle emperor cloud, heaven yourself. With your bloodline, at least there has to be an emperor vast heaven realm powerhouse to want to kill you too. What motives do you have to have me intercept here?" Yi Yuan himself was of the dragon race bloodline. He was very clear how strong the dragon clan's core disciples were. One could say that they were virtually invincible in the same rank. This fire phoenix's ident. One, Tai was clearly not simple. Such an important person, the strength of the people pursuing was definitely not ordinary. This woman wanting to make him save her, she was most likely treating him as cannon fodder. Although Yi Yuan was public-spirited and kind-hearted, he was also not a dummy who would be bored enough to seek death. This kind of murky water, he was naturally not willing to step into it. Seeing that Yi Yuan was about to leave, that voice became anxious. "Sir has misunderstood. There's indeed powerhouses at Emperor Vast, heaven hunting me down, but they have been lured away by me using schemes previously. The ones pursuing now are just 5 Emperor Cloud heavens. As long as Sir helps me delay them for a moment, I'll be able to rise from the ashes. This drop of blood essence is tentatively a deposit. There will still be generous thanks afterward." While talking, a drop of blood essence drifted out of the flames and arrived before Yi Yuan. A boundless aura hit him in the face. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. It was Heaven Qian grade blood essence. This fire phoenix's bloodline was actually so powerful. Using this drop of blood essence as the reward could be said to be generous. Postnatal bloodline. Heaven Qian grade was the pinnacle to the true spirit clan. The breakthrough of bloodline was even harder than the breakthrough of cultivation realm. Many true spirit clan hegemon powerhouses were merely Earth-Kuan grade bloodline too. Heaven Qian grade bloodline was extremely rare. Of course, above Heaven Qian grade, there was an even more powerful Chaos grade bloodline. But Chaos grade bloodline could not be reached postnatal at all. Only prenatal Chaos true spirits, such as Mi Tian, could possess it. Some special innate divine abilities could only be executed by Chaos grade bloodline. This was the reason why Mi Tian was so powerful. Yi Yuan breaking through to Emperor Cloud Heaven, coupled with his comprehension in the origin of Chaos blood, he only barely broke through Battle G. D grade and reached Earth-Kuan grade. But this fire phoenix was just Emperor Cloud Heaven, and her bloodline actually reached Heaven Qian grade already. It could be seen how strong her bloodline was. Chapter 2973. You just care about nirvanic rebirth. Chapter 2973. You just care about nirvanic rebirth. On the horizon, several figures were currently closing in at extreme speed. The blazing fire was too eye-catching. It could not be hidden at all. Yi Yuan, accept it. You're of the human race's fleshy body, and confused with Phoenix divine blood. This is greatly beneficial to you. Phoenix Divine Blood can help you comprehend the origin of fire, letting you have the technique to rise from the ashes. The benefits are too many to enumerate. Furthermore, you have the origin of chaos blood. Comprehending bloodline power yields twice the result with half the effort. The more bloodlines, the stronger your strength will be. Mi Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard, he was rather moved too, reaching his hand out to grab, collecting this drop of blood essence. The human race's bloodline power was extremely weak, but their compatibility was extremely high. Many human cultivators would think of ways to collect powerful true spirit bloodlines and fuse it into their own bloodline, thus transforming into a powerhouse, which was also the bloodline martial artists that everyone was talking about. Bloodline martial artists were often not regarded highly by people. The majority of them were not strong either. But that was because high-ranking true spirit bloodline was too difficult to come across. Those who possessed high-ranking true spirit bloodline were all true spirit clans' powerful existences or descendants. How could it be so easy to obtain? Heaven Qian grade true spirit bloodline was even what human powerhouses tried their utmost to obtain, even in their sleep. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the blood essence, Feng Qingxian finally let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yuan was the last strand of straw to clutch at. She had no choice now but to place her hopes on Yi Yuan, letting him persevere for a while longer. Deal. I'll help protect you. But if Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses appear, I'll leave. Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Many thanks, sir. Feng Qingxian said feebly. At the same time, she sneered coldly in her heart. If a Vermilion Bird Clan's Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse came, did you think that you could leave? If not because she was at the end of her rope, why would this young lady waste a drop of blood essence to beg a piece of trash, such as yourself, to help? She only hoped that this boy would not be too useless and could last a little longer. As long as the Nirvanic rebirth this time succeeded, my strength would directly reach Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even if Feng Kaihua, that old spinster, came, I won't be scared too. She did not care about Yi Yuan's life and death at all. In Feng Qingxuan's view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. There were not just these 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens hunting her down. Once she entered the Nirvanic rebirth state, those pursuers would swarm over. At that time, there would even more many Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, even Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heaven existences that would appear. How could this human boy possibly survive? Yi Yuan naturally did not know what Feng Qingxian had in mind and already met with those 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens. The Fire Phoenix clan is conducting business. Get lost if you don't want to die, boy. From afar, the handsome youth in front roared. These 5 Emperor realm powerhouses all looked human, but the Phoenix clan bloodline in their body was very powerful. Of course, it was much worse compared to Feng Qingxian. Apologies. This Yi has to try my best to do what was entrusted to me. The few of you had better not go over. Yi Yuan blocked the way and said, among these 5 people, 4 were Lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, and 1 was Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. It was seriously not enough for Yi Yuan to look at. His goal was the Fire Phoenix blood essence. He did not want to kill people. Except he did not want to kill people. But these few people clearly did not plan on letting him off. The handsome youth smiled coldly and said, looks like this boy is bewitched by that little S. L-U-T, to actually stand up for her recklessly and blindly. Ha ha, this boy just came out to the real world, right? He probably doesn't know what kind of existence my Fire Phoenix clan is. Kid, that little S, L-U-T, is undergoing Nirvanic rebirth and deliberately made you come over to court death. If you're sensible, hurry up and get out of here. The 5 people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all. a mere human ant. They could kill him with a wave of their hands. In the same cultivation realm, the Fire Phoenix clan's bloodline advantage was too great. Yi Yuan could feel that these few had already reached battle spirit, rank, chaos bloodline. Placed in the Fire Phoenix clan, they were considered youth talents too. It was just that, to Yi Yuan, it was completely inadequate. Seeing that Yi Yuan was unmoved, the handsome youth snorted coldly and said, "Kid, you're courting death yourself. Then I'll send you off. Feng Ying, go and kill him." Next to him, the youth called Feng Ying had a disdainful look, and his hand started to form seals. Fire Luo Sacred Seal. The surging flare directly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan did not even dodge, and was swallowed up by the large fire. Feng Ying smiled coldly, and said, "Mantis trying to stop a cart." The handsome youth could not even be bothered to look at Yi Yuan, and said coolly, "Come on, that little wench is undergoing nirvanic rebirth. It's precisely a good chance to kill her. Killing her will have made great contributions." The 5 people were just about to move when the flare dissipated. Yi Yuan was standing there without moving, like he was completely fine. The handsome youth jumped in fright, his eyes full of incredulity. "Are you a human or ghost?" The handsome youth cried out in alarm. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The few of you are too weak. This ye can't be bothered to make a move. It's better to leave." When the handsome youth heard that, he felt great humiliation. In this void shrine, illuminating heaven, apart from the 4 symbols' family clans, who dared to speak to them like this? A human actually said that they were too weak. This was the greatest humiliation. The handsome youth's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Attack together. Kill this punk." In an instant, 5 fire phoenixes suddenly appeared, carrying a terrifying bloodline aura. The 5 people cut across the sky, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "People should have self-awareness. You all are so weak, don't you know it?" Done talking, Yi Yuan threw a punch out lightly. Boom! The void trembled. The 5 fire phoenixes were directly blasted flying. The handsome youth somersaulted dozens of times in the air before barely managing to stabilize his figure. The 5 people looked at Yi Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. "Leave." The handsome youth fled at a splitting pace without even turning his head back. Feng Qingxuan's consciousness had not completely entered the state of annihilation yet. Seeing this scene, she could not help saying anxiously, "Sir, why didn't you kill them?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I have no grudges nor enmity with them. Why should I kill them?" Feng Qingxian felt like she was going crazy and said, anxiously, "Sir, there are still Fire Phoenix clan members in the vicinity. You let them leave. They will definitely get reinforcements." Yi Yuan still said calmly, "It doesn't matter." You. Feng Qingxuan's heart was burning with anxiety. She actually found an idiot. She was also very surprised that Yi Yuan was so strong. But she did not think that this kid was simply a complete and utter fool. This boy clearly did not have any real-world experience to actually be so benevolent to the enemy. Yi Yuan looked at the burning Feng Qingxian and said coolly, "You just care about your nirvanic rebirth. As long as an emperor vast heaven doesn't come, I won't leave." Feng Qingxian could not hold back and wanted to let loose a torrent of abuse, but she did not dare. If Yi Yuan left, she would really have no hope. But how could she let this moron understand that he did something that was foolish to the extreme? Was this a problem of you leaving or not? Originally, those people could not immediately find her position by sensing. But now, with those few fellows leading the way, they could find her in no time. Following that, you would be facing dozens of Emperor Realm pursuers. Do you know that you're courting death or not? Feng Qingxian was burning with anxiety, but she also did not know how to persuade this overweeningly arrogant idiot. She was going crazy. Chapter 2974, Fusing Bloodlines. Chapter 2974, Fusing Bloodlines. Sir, this isn't a problem of leaving or not. In order to hunt me down, the Fire Phoenix clan sent out more than 10 Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses this time. Among them, there are even 3 Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heavens. You'll lure them all over like this. Sir, you can still make it in time if you chase after to kill them now. Feng Qingxian forcefully endured the fury in her heart and urged with earnest words and the best intentions. Oh, Yi Yuan just responded lightly and started to sit cross-legged. The phoenix blood essence appeared in front of him. When Feng Qingxian saw this scene, she nearly went crazy. Sir, refining phoenix blood essence isn't the work of a single day. Furthermore, it's very dangerous. You should find a quiet place and enter close seclusion to refine it. Feng Qingxian urged once again. Oh, Yi Yuan responded indifferently again, and still did whatever he wanted to. Feng Qingxian felt that she was about to collapse. Just what kind of moron did she be? You, MP into, can't he understand human speech? Refining like this, you'll die. If you die, who'll protect me? X. Feng Qingxuan's heart was raging with profanities. With this young lady's gentle personality, I'm almost angered until insanity by your idiocy. Chi. The nirvanic rebirth fire suddenly started to tremble violently and actually showed signs of exploding. Yi Yuan gave a glance and said, coolly, you'd better focus on your nirvanic rebirth. You'll die like this. Feng Qingxian was speechless. Nirvanic rebirth would not necessarily succeed. In reality, this process was very dangerous. One might directly die in the process of nirvanic rebirth. Feng Qingxuan's emotions were extremely volatile right now. It was very easy to fail the nirvanic rebirth. Feng Qingxian virtually wanted to rampage. Wasn't this caused by you? Seeing before courting death, but never seen before someone who courted death so limitlessly like you. Were you sent by heaven to save me or sent to screw me over? Feng Qingxian wanted to cry. However, she also understood that, at this rate, the nirvanic rebirth would definitely fail. She could only forcefully converge her mind and focus on the nirvanic rebirth. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Yuan had already started fusing the phoenix blood essence. When Feng Qingxian saw this scene, she nearly lost control of her mind again. But in the next moment, she was shocked. Fusing blood essence was equivalent to letting all the blood in the body be reborn anew. It was a very dangerous and also very painful thing, especially phoenix blood essence. It contained the meaning of narrowly escaped death. The process of the fusion was practically a narrow shave from death, overwhelming to the extent where one wished that they were dead. However, Yi Yuan was completely fine. It was as if he was still somewhat recollecting the aftertaste endlessly. Roughly 15 minutes later, Yi Yuan slowly got up the phoenix bloodline power in his body Gus. I plussing out. Feng Qingxian was akin to being struck by lightning and said in great shock, This, he succeeded in fusing? My blood essence is Heaven Qian, gray blood essence. An incomprehensible feeling of setback arose spontaneously. She suddenly had some doubts. Was her own bloodline very trashy or not? Why did Yi Yuan fuse with it so easily? How could she know that Yi Yuan had obtained the origin of chaos blood? Fusing bloodlines was as easy as turning his hand over to him. If it were not for the origin of blood, Yi Yuan naturally would not have been so relaxed. But the origin of chaos blood was the source of bloodline in the world. No matter what bloodline you were, It could not escape this domain. Myriad blood under the heavens, all returned to the origin. Under the control of the origin of blood, Yi Yuan did not face too many difficulties infusing the phoenix bloodline, and would not have much risk to. Roar! Another dragon roar transmitted out, and azure dragon bloodline power emerged from Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's overwhelming aura rose to the peak. In an instant, a dragon and a phoenix, two phantoms, appeared behind Yi Yuan. A dragon and a phoenix were contending. It was a wonderful and mighty panorama. At this moment, Yi Yuan directly broke the fetters of cultivation, realm, and broke through to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Dao Tribulation arrived in response. But the current Yi Yuan, his aura, was powerful to the extreme, and his strength was also fearsome to the extreme. Although Dao Tribulation was strong, it could no longer do anything to him. Presently, Yi Yuan's strength grew stronger and stronger, and he already far said the power of heavenly punishment Dao Tribulation. So the current heavenly punishment Dao Tribulation virtually had no more threat to him anymore. Feng Qingxian currently had an impulse to jump out of the nirvanic rebirth. Where did this punk appear from? He was a divergent cultivator. This guy's strength actually completely outmatched Dao Tribulation. Was this still called divergent cultivator? Divergent cultivators were strong to begin with, but this boy was even stronger than divergent cultivators. Perhaps this kid can really do it, right? With the final strand of consciousness, Feng Qingxian completely returned to annihilation. More than 10 figures approached from afar, arriving in an instant. The one in the lead had unparalleled beauty. It was just that there was an additional trace of brutal aura between her brows, ruining her peerlessly beautiful looks. This woman's imposing momentum surged to the sky. She had shockingly already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, in terms of bloodline power, she had reached Earth Kuan Grade 2. Clearly, she was a core disciple of the Fire Phoenix clan too. Bloodline power reaching Earth Grade rank. They were not some random Tom, D-I-C-K, Harry anymore. In the future, there was a possibility of stepping into the hegemon realm. Of course, it was just a possibility. Feng Ninesong had a cold appearance. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was barring the way in front, she said coldly, "Punk, I'll give you a chance. Get in front of this young lady and kneel down. I'll spare your life." Feng Ninesong had a high and mighty appearance. It was as if Yi Yuan was a speck of dust. Yi Yuan ignored her but looked towards the handsome youth and said, "Just now, I spared your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. Must you come and die?" The handsome youth smiled coldly and said, "Come and die? Her, you probably don't know who Lord Ninesong is, right? Among the Fire Phoenix Junior generation, Lord Ninesong's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 5. Boy, you dare to offend our Fire Phoenix clan. You're dead for sure." Honestly speaking, he was very surprised that Yi Yuan broke through to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven in the blink of an eye. But at the thought that there was Lord Ninesong around, his heart calmed down. Could a mere Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven overturn the heavens? Beside Feng Ninesong, an Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven said, "Kid, Lord Ninesong is ordering you to come over and kneel down. Didn't you hear it?" Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "This Yi is just trying my best to do what was entrusted by others. You guys don't force me." Feng Ninesong's expression was cold, and she said, "Looks like you're treating this young lady's words as water rolling off a duck's back. Feng Ning, break his 4 limbs and carry me in front of me to kneel down. To dare stand up for that little wench. It won't be so easy even if he wants to die." Feng Ning was that Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven who spoke just now. This was her guard. Her strength could not be underestimated. She was more than a level stronger than the handsome youth. I obey. Feng Ning laughed coldly and attacked fiercely. Heavenly Phoenix G. Oh, the exterminating fist. A punch struck, carrying the divine might of the phoenix, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Yi Yuan appeared extremely insignificant under this punch. Yi Yuan did not move. Instead, he sized this punch up with interest. The bloodline power in his body started to seethe. When Feng Ninesong saw this scene, her pupils constricted, and she said in a cold voice, "Human and to actually dare secretly fuse with my vermilion bird bloodline. Death sentence. Also, that little wench actually dared to give blood essence to a human without permission. She can't clear her name this time." Boom. A punch landed, and Yi Yuan waved his hand lightly. The Phoenix Phantom immediately collapsed. This horrifying punch was casually resolved by Yi Yuan. Chapter 2975, Phoenix 9 Ensembles. Chapter 2975, Phoenix 9 Ensembles. How can this be? The Heavenly Phoenix G. Oh, the exterminating fist was actually blocked so easily? Feng Ning's strength is extremely strong among her peers. He actually doesn't even need to make a move. Even if he absorbed that little wench's blood essence, he shouldn't be so strong either, right? The Phoenix race's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all shocked by Yi Yuan's effortless force. They naturally knew about bloodline martial artists, but no matter how strong bloodline martial artists were, it was also impossible to unleash the power of bloodline fully. Otherwise, what was the true spirit race for? Although Feng Qingxuan's bloodline was Heaven Qian rank after Yi Yuan fused with it, he could at the very most unleash the power of Battle G. Oh, D grade. But Feng Ning's bloodline was proper peak Battle G. Oh, D grade. It was even a minor realm higher than Yi Yuan. No matter what, Yi Yuan should not be so relaxed too. But the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was too appalling. Currently, Yi Yuan was just involuntarily emitting the aura of the Phoenix race. His bloodline power was not displayed. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. You should have a taste of my Heavenly Phoenix G. Oh, the exterminating fist too." Finished saying, the Phoenix bloodline in his body erupted. Earth Kuan grade. A human actually reached Earth Kuan grade. How is this possible? I can just find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. What a strong bloodline aura. I'm so envious. When the Phoenix clan powerhouses saw this scene, they virtually wanted to cry. A human's Phoenix bloodline was actually same level with Feng Ninesong. This was too depressing. The improvement of bloodline power was too difficult. These people, were only left with envy and jealousy. It was not that Yi Yuan intentionally held back, but if he erupted with Heaven Qian grade bloodline, Feng Ning probably could not have even withstood a single move, and would definitely have died on the spot. Yi Yuan naturally did not mind killing people, but regarding this situation today, he was an outsider to begin with. As for who was right between Feng Qingxian and Feng Ninesong, he did not know. This kind of internal clan power struggle, it was hard to say who was right or wrong. The reason why he was guarding here was merely because it was a transaction. Yi Yuan had his own principles when doing things, so he did not want to kill people. Otherwise, these people in front of him would have long died. It was impossible for Feng Ninesong to be his match too. In the next moment, Yi Yuan threw a punch out. It was amazingly indeed the Heavenly Phoenix G. Oh, the exterminating fist that Feng Ning executed just now. Feng Ning's pupils constricted, her mind in great shock. Heavenly Phoenix G. Oh, the exterminating fist was the Fire Phoenix clan's secret technique. How did this guy know? Furthermore, the power was even so strong. Boom. Feng Ning vomited fresh blood wildly, her figure flying several tens of thousands of feet out, all the bones in her body broken, looking extremely miserable. However, her little life was spared. All those present were dead silent. The scene was somewhat wrong. Originally thought that exterminating this human was just a matter of lifting a hand. Who knew that this kid did monstrous things time and again, and was actually so troublesome? Feng Ninesong's expression was already frosty to the extreme as she said in a solemn voice, "Not only did you dare to secretly fuse with Phoenix blood essence, you even dare to secretly learn my Fire Phoenix clan's secret technique. Today, this young lady will sentence you to death in the name of the Fire Phoenix clan." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Miss, withdraw. I really don't want to kill people. After that Miss succeeds in her nirvanic rebirth, I'll leave. At that time, I won't mind if you all pursue her again." Feng Ninesong smiled coldly and said, "It's too late to only beg for your life now." Yi Yuan was stupefied. Was this young lady misunderstanding something? I was clearly warning. How did it become begging for my life when it reached you? However, Feng Ninesong was no longer listening to his explanations. The peak Earth Kuan grade bloodline in her body erupted, directly displaying her Fire Phoenix original form. Got to admit, Feng Ninesong was very strong. Compared to Feng Ning, she was quite a lot stronger. Her strength was not in cultivation realm, but an all-round powerful. This was the strength bestowed by bloodline. It was not without reason that the Chaos True Spirit lineage could stand at the apex of all the heavens. It's the Phoenix Nine ensembles. Looks like Lord Ninesong is genuinely enraged. That boy is dead, for sure. Ha! My Fire Phoenix clan's Phoenix Nine ensembles. Only Earth Kuan grade bloodline can barely manage to execute the powerful secret techniques. I want to see how this boy blocks. Feng Ning said in anger, "Phoenix Nine ensembles. Each ensemble is life and death. And, oh, body can rival this move." A strange phoenix cry sounded out. Feng Ninesong soared in the sky, circling around indeterminately. Yi Yuan looked at this scene without moving his gaze. The origin of blood in his body worked in concert with the Phoenix bloodline, continuously analyzing this move. He also felt the power of this move. This move was even stronger than the dragon race's Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. It was the true core secret technique of the Vermilion Bird clan. Coupled with the origin of blood, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that bloodline fluctuations of Feng Ninesong. Observing the actions, understanding the meaning. Feng Ninesong's move did not have too many secrets in front of Yi Yuan. "Boy, prepare to die." Feng Ninesong cried out, swooping down. At this moment, the earth seemed to be burning. The air became very red under the influence of the Phoenix Nine ensembles. And right at this moment, a phoenix phantom condensed and formed behind Yi Yuan, akin to the original body descending. However, it was a heavenly phoenix G. Oh, D, exterminating fist again. Heaven Qian grade. My G. Oh, D, how is this possible? It turns out that he even concealed his bloodline power. He actually reached Heaven Qian grade bloodline already. CK me. Even a human can reach Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Then what is our Fire Phoenix clan for? Feeling the bloodline power that erupted on Yi Yuan's body, these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness. This human's bloodline power flung them 10 streets behind. Without a doubt, what Yi Yuan fused with was Feng Qingshuan's blood essence. But even so, how could a human possibly fuse with it 100%? Boom. Just as everyone was in shock, 2 phoenix phantoms collided together. Feng Ninesong was shaken off, but Yi Yuan was directly blasted several thousand feet flying. When he stabilized his figure, a trace of fresh blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was already injured. Feng Ninesong's heart shook wildly. This boy actually perfectly fused with the Phoenix blood essence, and he relied on the might of the bloodline power to forcibly withstand the Phoenix 9 ensembles. The pride in Feng Ninesong's was being ravaged mercilessly. Lord Ninesong is mighty. This boy dared to fuse with Phoenix blood essence. Exterminate him. This kid has exhausted all his tricks. Let him feel the wrath of our Fire Phoenix clan. Feng Ninesong winning, the envious and jealous Fire Phoenix powerhouses danced with joy. So what if bloodline was strong? Your cultivation realm was low. Boy, do you know that you've committed my Fire Phoenix clan's taboo? Today, you'll definitely die. Feng Ninesong said coldly. She was jealous too. Her bloodline power had already reached the limit and could not be improved anymore. But this human punk actually perfectly fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Where would she, this Fire Phoenix clan's proud heavens chosen, put her face? In the next second, the Phoenix 9 ensembles started again. Boom. Yi Yuan was injured again. 3 attacks in a row, each stronger than the last. Yi Yuan responded to them with the Heavenly Phoenix G. The exterminating fist. But after the third time, Feng Ninesong's moves underwent samsara, executing the first ensemble. Yi Yuan knew that this Feng Ninesong only knew or could only display 3 ensembles. Chapter 2976, Persuade to Surrender. Chapter 2976, Persuade to Surrender with Yi Yuan getting injured repeatedly. Feng Ninesong held great advantage. She laughed shrilly and said, "Kid, do you think that by fusing bloodline you can be arrogant in front of my Fire Phoenix clan? You're still lacking." Yi Yuan was somewhat speechless. This woman looked very proud of herself. It was just that, did she not realize that he only used 1 move from the start till the end? Furthermore, it was even the Fire Phoenix clan's move. He shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, "It's just these 3 moves back and forth. It looks like you only know these 3 moves in this Phoenix 9 ensembles." Feng Ninesong's expression changed, and she said with a cold smile, "3 moves is enough to kill you." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Killing people at the drop of the hat, do you really take this Yi to be easy to bully? Although I don't want to kill people today, I'll have to leave you with a bit of a lesson too." While talking, the Heaven Qian grade bloodline in Yi Yuan's body surged. Behind him, the Phoenix Phantom turned corporeal, flying towards the void and circling indeterminately. This scene was shockingly the first ensemble of the Phoenix 9 ensembles. The expressions of all the Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses changed. Phoenix 9 ensembles? How is this possible? This is my Fire Phoenix clan's undisclosed secret. Only core members can learn it. Where did this boy learn it from? Previously, he had been using the Heavenly Phoenix G. The exterminating fist all along. Now, he learned the Phoenix 9 ensembles too. Could it be that he learned it on the spot? How is this possible? The Phoenix 9 ensembles has a certain bloodline fluctuation. Without the secret technique imparting, it's simply impossible to learn it. Even if it's Heaven Qian grade bloodline, it's impossible to. Feng Ninesong was extremely shocked in her heart. It was because she felt that Yi Yuan might have very likely secretly learned her Phoenix 9 ensembles. Judging from the time, this boy had only come into contact with Feng Qingxian, that wench, for a short time. That wench did not have the time to impart Yi Yuan such a consummate skill. Then, it could only have been that he secretly learned it, learning her secret technique. Now, this was also too heaven-defying, right? Furthermore, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, under the augmentation of the Heaven Qian grade bloodline, the power was even more frightening than her Phoenix 9 ensembles. A light cry. The Phoenix Phantom directly fell, colliding together with Feng Ninesong's third ensemble. Boom! Feng Ninesong's body was like a kite with a broken string, directly being thrown tens of thousands of feet away. The expressions of the Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses changed greatly, and they hurried over and discovered that Feng Ninesong's wings were currently flapping, but she could no longer move. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. First ensemble versus the third ensemble. He actually beat Feng Ninesong, and to like this, just how strong was this guy? Q quickly run. This guy is too strong. The group of Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses displayed their movement techniques and were about to flee. But right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Did I let you guys leave?" Everyone who was currently scattering in all directions seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, instantly turning stiff where they stood. Even Feng Ninesong was defeated. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Running away at this time was equivalent to seeking death. Previously, Yi Yuan said that he did not want to kill people. They just treated it as a joke. But now they did not think so anymore. Yi Yuan looked at everyone and said coolly, "I know that you guys still have Emperor Vast heaven powerhouses pursuing her. Therefore, for safety's sake, you all had better stay behind for the time being. After her nirvanic rebirth succeeds, I'll naturally let you all leave." Feng Ninesong recovered to her human body, her complexion deathly pale as she said, "Is this true?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Would I need to be so long-winded if I wanted to kill you all? However, if I discover that you guys secretly tipped them off, don't blame me for not being courteous." These true spirit powerhouses naturally had their own unique means of communication. However, Yi Yuan did not care. With me Tian this major power around, these people's paltry tricks could not be concealed. He had already given them a chance. Whether or not they knew how to cherish, it would depend on them. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, none of them could escape. Hence, the Fire Phoenix clan pursuers became Yi Yuan's captives. He's actually not killing us. Looks like he's really not in a clique with that wench. Feng Ning said. Feng Ninesong shot her a glare. The latter's neck shrunk, and she immediately shut up. However, Feng Ninesong suddenly said, "What you said is right." He kept saying that he was trying his best to do what was entrusted by others. Most likely, that wench used Phoenix blood essence to bribe him. Feng Ning's A-L-L-S moved and said, "Then are we?" Feng Ninesong immediately understood and said with a nod, "Help me over." Yi Yuan took them in as captives. Then he continued studying the Phoenix bloodline not far from the Nirvanic rebirth area. The more he studied, the more Yi Yuan felt the power of the Phoenix bloodline. Feng Ning helped Feng Ninesong over. Feng Ninesong looked at Yi Yuan, her expression complicated. Today, her Fire Phoenix lineage's pride was completely trampled underfoot by this young man. She could feel that there were many secrets on this young man. Becoming a captive made Feng Ninesong calm down instead. Feng Ninesong was not a fool. Just by relying on a Heaven Qian grade bloodline, one absolutely could not reach Yi Yuan's level. In the Fire Phoenix clan, the Heaven Qian grade bloodline was not Feng Qingxian alone, but Body had Yi Yuan's ability to perfectly replicate the other party's moves just by relying on the opponent's bloodline undulation. If this kid could deal a counterblow, Feng Qingxian, that wench would definitely die. Sir, previously, it was All Ninesong who was too rash. This younger sister apologizes to you here. Feng Ninesong bowed, slightly, her words full of respect. Feng Ning was somewhat surprised. The proud Feng Ninesong would actually lower her head. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to persuade me to deal a counterblow, sorry then. Stop making futile efforts." Feng Ninesong was taken aback, thinking to herself, what a clever kid. The moment she opened her mouth, he guessed her intentions. However, she still did not give up and said, "Sir, Feng Qingxian is my Fire Phoenix clan's wanted criminal. We came to capture her in the name of the clan. As long as Sir can take action, my Fire Phoenix clan will definitely remember Sir's kindness of lending your assistance." Since Yi Yuan was so smart, he would definitely know how great the Fire Phoenix clan's favor was. In this void shrine, illuminating heaven, one really could not find more than a few that are greater than the Fire Phoenix clan's favor. Of course, this was also talking nonsense. She could not represent the Fire Phoenix clan. Yi Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her, looking until the latter felt Guseb. "You, MPS." Feng Ninesong secretly sighed in her heart. This kid was too smart. Sir should be very interested in the Phoenix 9 ensembles, right? As long as Sir is willing to take action, I'm willing to offer the Phoenix 9 ensembles up with both hands. Apart from the Phoenix 9 ensembles, Ninesong still has two secret techniques with power that are not at all inferior to the Phoenix 9 ensembles. They can all be given. Either way, Sir has already fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Feng Qingxian is already of little use to you. Feng Ninesong guided skillfully and patiently. Yi Yuan still looked at Feng Ninesong and said with a smile, "I said that I'm trying to do my best what was entrusted by others. If it was just for the sake of Phoenix blood essence, why would I need to sit in boredom here? Stop making futile efforts. This Yi has my own principles when doing things. Please go back." Feng Ninesong felt angry. This punk was simply impervious to reason. But right at this time, a fire phoenix shot to the sky, soaring above the 9 heavens. That kind of power was as if a sovereign descending upon the world, being incomparably majestic. Feng Qingxian succeeded in the nirvanic rebirth. Ha ha ha. Feng Ninesong didn't expect that I'd succeed in my nirvanic rebirth, right? Prepare to die. Above the void, Feng Ninesong laughed charmingly. Chapter 2977, Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity. Chapter 2977, Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity. The current Feng Qingxian was like the noonday sun and actually reached half-step Emperor Vast Heaven in one stroke. The success of the nirvanic rebirth this time had far exceeded imagination. It was just that the people present were all struck senseless. This woman clearly had not figured the situation out yet. Sure enough, she discovered that something was wrong very quickly and said, "Emen, why are you injured?" Following that, she noticed Yi Yuan too and said in surprise, "You are actually not dead yet." In her view, with Yi Yuan facing off against these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses, he would definitely die beyond a doubt. Even if he refined Phoenix blood essence, it could not change this result too. She understood Feng Ninesong's strength too well. But now, Yi Yuan actually did not die. This made her extremely surprised. Feng Ninesong rolled her eyes and said crossly, "Stop showing off. I know that you're impressive. We're currently all Yi Yuan's captives. You can come down." "See captives?" Feng Qingxian nearly fell down from the sky. Yi Yuan alone captured more than 10 Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses. She focused her eyes to look and discovered that the others indeed all looked scared of Yi Yuan. It was actually true. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these people to live together in harmony. Feng Qingxian landed and transformed into an unparalleled beauty appearance. In terms of looks, she was a notch above Feng Ninesong. Feng Qingxian sized Yi Yuan up and down, seemingly wanting to see through him. This conclusion was seriously too unexpected. So many people came to search for her. If it were not for Yi Yuan, it would have been impossible for her to succeed in the nirvanic rebirth. However, these could be discussed in the future. She looked toward Feng Ninesong and said smugly, Feng Ninesong, you all framed me in order to help Feng Qingyu ascend to the throne. But you didn't expect that you'd have today too, right? You all deceived your superiors and deluded your subordinates, framing me as disloyal. Today, I'll sentence you to death on the spot. After she was done talking, Feng Ninesong's aura surged, and she was about to make a move. However, Yi Yuan stopped her and said coolly, Apologies. I promised to let them go. You guys can go now. Feng Ninesong felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, and the rest were overjoyed and were about to leave one after another. Feng Qingshuan's expression turned dark, and she said in a cold voice, What a joke! When is it your turn to speak here? You all stop for me. Not a single one of you can leave. Even if Yi Yuan made Feng Ninesong and the rest captives, in Feng Qingshuan's eyes, he was also merely an ant-like existence. She was of the high and mighty heavenly Qian-level bloodline, and could look down proudly on the world. It was only to see her throw a palm over, wanting to force Yi Yuan to dodge. However, Yi Yuan did not dodge or evade at all. Lifting his hand, it was a Phoenix 9 ensembles. Boom! The two people each fell back several thousand feet before barely managing to stabilize their figures. Yi Yuan said coolly, Apologies. The deal between you and me is over. I've also done what I promised you. As for them, I promised to let them leave. If you're still overbearing, don't blame this Yi for not being courteous anymore. Feng Qingxian was shocked to the extreme in her heart. When he made his move just now, Yi Yuan was clearly Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Furthermore, he even learned the Phoenix 9 ensembles. How did this guy do it? Feng Ninesong also finally understood how Yi Yuan made Feng Ninesong become a prisoner. When Feng Ninesong saw this scene, she felt delighted too. This monstrous kid that you found, you bear it yourself. But Feng Qingxian had her own pride. How could she possibly shrink back because of a sentence from Yi Yuan? Moreover, her cultivation realm was significantly higher than Yi Yuan. Humph! Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Is this your pride? Do you think that I, Feng Ninesong, have this sort of trash? Kid, I urge you to move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous. Feng Qingxian said in a cold voice. Feng Qingxian, Sir is at any rate your savior. You're completely kicking him to the curb after he has outlived his usefulness by doing so. Sir Yi is someone whose words carry the weight of 9 tripods. The promise that he made, he'll definitely do it. Previously, he protected you like this. Now, it's naturally impossible to let you touch us too. Feng Ninesong said in a loud voice. Although she was seriously wounded by Yi Yuan, the current Feng Ninesong really admired Yi Yuan. This man stood firmly to his word. Such a man was not often seen in the heavens and myriad worlds. Feng Ninesong snorted coldly. She knew that what Feng Ninesong said was right. Her blood essence had already been given. If it was someone else, they would probably have long made their getaway. This was clearly a messy situation, but Yi Yuan still persisted in protecting her. Although the blood essence was a reward, Yi Yuan having life-saving grace toward her was an undeniable fact. Compared to her life, what did blood essence count for? It was just that letting Feng Ninesong leave now. She was unwilling. Feng Ninesong pursued her all the way. She narrowly escaped death several times. Having such a fine opportunity today, if she did not take revenge, there probably would not be a chance anymore in the future. Hence, Feng Qingxian steeled her heart and said in a cold voice, Fine, since his words carry the weight of 9 tripods, let him be buried in death together with you guys then. A light cry. Feng Qingxian transformed into an incomparably beautiful phoenix, soaring above the sky. Phoenix 9 ensembles, 5th ensemble. 9 ensembles, the power of each was stronger than the last. And Feng Qingxuan's Heaven Qian grade bloodline could completely support her to execute the 5th ensemble. Furthermore, the 5th ensemble that Feng Qingxian executed was much stronger than Feng Ninsong. Indeed, her strength was far stronger than Feng Ninsong. The moment this move came out, even Feng Ninsong's expression changed drastically too. Her 5th ensemble is already mastered to perfection, reaching the realm of grand completion. This power, probably even Sir Yi can't block it too. Feng Ning, you bring them away first. It will be too late if you still don't leave. Feng Ninsong said anxiously. She was currently heavily injured. If Yi Yuan could not block it, she would definitely die beyond a doubt. It was just that Feng Qingxuan's strength and status in the clan were not what she could compare to. Feng Qingxian was a true heaven's chosen, but Feng Ning refused to leave. Where Lord Ninsong dies, this lowly one will die there. Yi Yuan was also somewhat surprised. None of these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses actually left. This made him feel great admiration. Just based on this, Yi Yuan would not let anything happen to them too. Boom, boom. 2 shocking auras rose to the sky from Yi Yuan's body. A dragon and a phoenix, 2 phantoms, danced behind him. These 2 very different auras actually appeared very harmonious on Yi Yuan's body, letting his bloodline pressure climb significantly again. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Sir Ye's body actually still has true dragon bloodline. Furthermore, it's even Earth Kuan grade. No, dragon and phoenix, 2 great bloodlines, are actually in marital harmony, being magnified infinitely on him. His current dragon race bloodline power already reached Heaven Qian grade 2. Dragon and phoenix 2 races are born from chaos, incompatible like water and fire. How can these 2 great bloodline powers possibly appear on one person at the same time? This is too inconceivable. The more powerful the bloodline, the N. Oh, bleer it was. True dragon bloodline and phoenix bloodline were both the most blee bloodlines in the world. It was impossible for them to blend together. But now, these 2 supreme powers actually formed a perfect unity in Yi Yuan's body. The Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses present were incomparably shocked. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Qingxian and said coolly, "This is the move that I've just comprehended. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll give it to you. Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity." Chapter 2978, Mountain Challenging. Chapter 2978, Mountain Challenging. Above the void, dragon and phoenix contended in cries. 2 absolutely different bloodlines superimposed together actually produced an effect of 1 + 1 = greater than 2. This was what everyone did not expect. The 2 great bloodlines were completely sublimated under Yi Yuan's dragon and phoenix prosperity move. In an instant, Phoenix 9 ensembles and dragon and phoenix prosperity collided together, causing a violent shock. Even for an expert such as Feng Ninsong, her expression changed drastically when she saw this kind of terrifying power too. These 2 people's strengths had already far exceeded the scope of ordinary Emperor Cloud Heavens. This was a true battle of geniuses. Boom! Feng Qingxuan's Phoenix Phantom directly shattered under the suppression of the dragon and phoenix, 2 great bloodlines. A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas slammed into her body. Feng Qingxian spurted out a mouthful of blood with a cough, her figure drawing a parabolic curve, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was completely unharmed. He stood proudly in the air, still recollecting the aftertaste of the feeling just now. The power of dragon and phoenix prosperity somewhat exceeded his expectations. This move was naturally researched by him based on the origin of chaos blood. He did not expect that the power would actually be so great when fusing two supreme bloodlines together. Senior, I really didn't expect it. Turns out that after the bloodlines of Dragon and Phoenix, two races fused together, it actually has such power. Then if the four great chaos true spirits bloodlines can all be fused, then the power— Mi Tian's voice was also somewhat trembling, clearly quite excited. Concerning the fusion of supreme bloodlines, this was simply something impossible. Four great chaos true spirit bloodlines. Their physical bodies were born for their bloodlines. It was simply impossible to fuse another kind of bloodline. The compatibility of human cultivators was extremely high, but when bloodlines entered their bodies, it would become extremely faint. Furthermore, bloodlines were inherently averse to each other. It was impossible to fuse at all. If ordinary human cultivators wanted to fuse bloodlines, the only outcome would be being blown up by the confrontation of two great bloodlines. But Yi Yuan had the origin of blood. He had dragon blood in his body, but the physical body of a human. The convenience of all these created conditions for the fusion of bloodlines. If one could really fuse the four great bloodlines, that power would simply be unimaginable. If it's possible, I can really try to do it, Yi Yuan said. However, he also knew that this difficulty was considerable. This time, it was luck for him to encounter someone like Feng Qingxian, who was being pursued. Otherwise, Heaven Qian grade bloodlines were all the precious treasures of the various races. Wanting to obtain, it was not so easy. As for Feng Qingxian and the rest, they were long already too shocked to speak. When everything dissipated with the wind, only then did they wake up from the dream. The bloodlines of the dragon race and phoenix race can actually fuse. The power after fusion is also a little too strong, right? Sir Yi completely defeated Feng Qingxian at Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. This is simply unimaginable. They were all too clear about Feng Qingxuan's strength. Even under the pursuit of Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses, she still escaped. Feng Ninesong examined her own conscience and felt that compared to Feng Ninesong, she was a complete rookie. But this kind of proud daughter of heaven was completely defeated like this. You guys can leave. Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng Ninesong's expression changed, and she said, You're really letting us go? Yi Yuan said, This Yi has always kept my word. Since I've promised you guys, I'll naturally let you all go. If you draw the Fire Phoenix clan to come and kill me, just bring it on. Feng Ninesong smiled bitterly. It turned out that Sir Ye's heart is like a clear mirror. He knew everything. Sure enough, he was a man of his word. Feng Ninesong gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, This matter, Ninesong will definitely keep a tight lid on my mouth. Sir, please rest assured. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said indifferently, Suit yourself. Feng Ninesong smiled bitterly again and brought everyone away. Fusing bloodlines, this sort of thing was a major thing to the various major true spirit bloodlines. Furthermore, Yi Yuan fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. This was also something that could not be tolerated to the Fire Phoenix clan. Once the Fire Phoenix clan knew, they would definitely send people to come and kill Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all. After Feng Ninesong and the rest left, Yi Yuan's figure moved, heading in the direction of East Billow region. Before traveling for long, he stopped. Feng Qingxian actually kept following him. Following me for? Yi Yuan said, I have nowhere to go. Our deal has already ended. I feel that you're still a pretty good person. Yi Yuan was speechless. In the void shrine illuminating heaven, the various races' true spirits mostly lived in tribes. The dragon race had many offspring bloodlines that each formed a tribe. The powerful ones even had hegemon realm powerhouses. The weak ones did not even reach battle spirit grade bloodline. The divine dragon envoy surveyed the world, wanting to catch the attention of the divine dragon envoy. There was a method called mountain challenging. Mountain challenging meant that for a person to go to the various major true spirit tribes, challenging the bloodline powerhouses in the clan. This was the fastest way to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. Dragon City Tribe was a powerful dragon race tribe of East Billow region. Although they considered themselves to be a dragon race tribe, this was actually a tribe based on the heaven-swallowing python. However, the heaven-swallowing python's dragon race bloodline was very strong too. According to Tian, this tribe had even given birth to Heaven Qian grade bloodline before. Therefore, Dragon City Tribe was a powerful tribe too. To do mountain challenging, one could not avoid Dragon City Tribe. Yi Yuan and Feng Qingxian, one in front and one behind, arrived in front of Dragon City Tribe. Stop, foolish human, to dare approach the N. Oh, Blee Dragon Race. Hurry up and get lost. In front of the tribe, Yi Yuan was reprimanded by a human male. Yi Yuan was shocked. Aren't you a human too? He asked to clear his doubts. The human male sneered and said, What the H-E-L-I do you know? I'm a dragon blood warrior who's currently evolving towards AN. Oh, Blee true spirit. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh. Perhaps this was the inferiority complex of humans. He knew that Void Shrine illuminating heaven's humans were very difficult, most of them born by depending on tribes. But he did not expect that they were lowly until this extent. This dragon blood warrior's cultivation realm was not low. It had already reached Emperor realm. It was just that his bloodline was a little terrible. It did not even reach battle spirit grade bloodline. Emperor Cloud Heavens could be considered a powerhouse of a region too, but they could only guard the door for the Dragon City Tribe. I'm here to challenge the mountain, Yi Yuan said. The human male was taken aback and immediately burst out laughing and said, You, a human coming to the Dragon City Tribe to challenge the mountain? Are you kidding me? However, in the next second, the human male's expression changed greatly. From Yi Yuan's body, an incomparably pure dragon pressure suppressed him until he could not breathe. The human male had a look of horror on his face and said in shock, Earth Kuan grade bloodline. You, how is this possible? He was seriously unable to imagine that a human's dragon race bloodline could reach Earth Kuan grade. There were far too many dragon blood warriors in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. But for the vast majority among them, it was impossible to Serpa S Battle Soul grade. As for Battle G, O, D grade, those were all existences like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a Qilin being very rare. Each one was a supreme powerhouse among bloodline warriors. But this young man in front of him actually had Earth Kuan grade bloodline. It shocked him until he could not close his mouth. Now, can I? Yi Yuan looked at the human male and said lightly, Chapter 2979, Displaying Prowess. Chapter 2979, Displaying Prowess. What? Someone came to mountain challenge our Dragon City Tribe. How long has it been since anyone has dared to mountain challenge our Dragon City Tribe? Scarlet Plume and two fellows, are both existences at the top of the mountain challenger list. Who dares to come? Go take a look. I'm curious who's so impressive. With someone coming to challenge the mountain, it immediately caused a great sensation in the Dragon City Tribe. Mountain challenging was a tradition in the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Wanting to enter the Holy Land, this was the shortcut. Hence, between the various major tribes, they would frequently send youngsters out everywhere to go on expeditions. The compet, one, tie-in of this younger generation naturally had to determine who was superior, and the Mountain Challenger list was born. The East Billow region was extremely vast. The experts were naturally plentiful, as clouds too. Mountain challengers who could enter the top 500 were all very strong. Dragon City Tribe Scarlet Plume and two people, were both top 100 powerhouses, their strengths being very strong. However, a measly little Yi Yuan, Scarlet Plume, and would not take the field at all. Dragon City Tribe was a large tribe. There were not just 2 mountain challengers. It's actually a bloodline warrior. Kid, I urge you to go back where you came from. Don't make a spectacle of yourself here. Ha ha! A bloodline warrior wants to enter Heavenly Dragon Island too. Kid, you're thinking too much. A Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven also dares to come to our Dragon City tribe to challenge. This kid is crazy, right? A series of mocking voices came from all around. Bloodline warriors had always been looked down upon by the true spirit race. However, they would also frequently hand out some low-quality bloodline to humans, creating bloodline warriors, exchanging for their loyalty with this. That guard from before was like this. In the course of time, the status of bloodline warriors became lower. Human brat, to dare come to Dragon City Tribe to challenge the mountain, your courage is commendable. The one talking was called in Shan. He was also an expert on the Mountain Challenger list, ranked 400 plus, a grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse. Ranked 400 plus was not weak anymore. One could say that among the top 500 powerhouses, the gap was all very small. Their bloodline, cultivation realms, strength, they were all very close. And Yi Yuan was simply a rookie who had just made his world debut. He was not even on the Mountain Challenger list. Just having bloodline power was not enough. Yi Yuan glanced at the large snake in front of him and shook his head. And then he said, "You won't do? Too weak. Doesn't Dragon City Tribe have any stronger ones?" The moment Inshan heard, he was immediately greatly enraged and said, "Kid, you'll be beaten to death the way that you're mountain challenging, got it?" Yi Yuan was still indifferent and said coolly, "You're so weak. You'll be beaten to death too." Everyone was shocked. Where did this guy pop out from to be so arrogant? When other people challenging mountains, they all started challenging the weak tribes first, then slowly looked for powerful tribes. This hothead was good. The moment he came, he picked the powerful Dragon City tribe to get started with. One had to know that Dragon City tribe's top 500 mountain challenger list experts reached as many as 7 people. And Shan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Start. I already can't wait to blow you up." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, dragon race bloodline vibrating, firing out a dragon-shaped mark. And Shan also fired out a mark like what he did. The 2 people each accepted the other party's mark, and the ritual was considered completed. Mountain challenging was not allowed to be rejected. If a tribe stabbed the mountain challenger in the back, they would suffer the boycotting of all tribes, and this ritual represented the battle outcome. The victor accepted the other party's mark, and their own mark would dissipate. Once the ritual was completed, Anshan roared and swam over to Yi Yuan, heaven swallowing. Anshan's large snake body suddenly grew rapidly, opening his gaping maws suddenly. A powerful suction force directly swallowed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not even have time to react. Inside the body of a heaven-swallowing python formed its own independent S-P-A-C. It could devour myriad lives. This was their innate divine ability. Within this S-P-A-C, even the air was something corrosive. Before long, the prey would turn into nothingness, virtually without the possibility of escaping. Ha ha! I was even wondering how capable this kid was. Didn't expect that he couldn't even block one move. Really too weak. I thought that he could at least struggle a little. Made such a big disturbance. It ended like this? How boring. There was nothing to look forward to in the first place. How strong can a bloodline warrior be? Scatter, all scatter. This kind of battle appeared too boring, being swallowed by the heaven-swallowing python. This was something that everyone was fearful of. But Yi Yuan did not even have the strength to fight back, and actually dared to come and challenge the mountain. This was a joke to begin with. And Shan had a disdainful look and said, "Just this bit of strength. And you also want to beat me to death? What's this punk's brain made? Herk, herk." And Shan was currently posturing when he suddenly started to retch violently as if experiencing extreme discomfort caused by indigestion. With this, everyone was shocked. Heaven-swallowing python, known as being able to even swallow heaven, would have indigestion? You got to be kidding. What was going on with Lord and Shan? Could it be that punk? How was this possible? The heaven-swallowing python's talent was extremely strong. Among the entire dragon race progeny's bloodlines, it belonged to the top existence level too. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to give birth to Heaven Qian grade bloodline powerhouses too. Because of their devouring divine ability, once swallowed, the opponent was basically declared dead. This talent could even let them jump realms to challenge. But now, what was going on here? Ugh, herk, and Shan retched wildly without ceasing. His enormous body fell to the ground with a loud bang, rolling around on the ground. Come out. Kid, freaking come out. I was wrong. I was wrong. Herk, herk. Everyone was stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even a moron could also tell that Anshan's internal SPAC was already in mayhem. And the culprit was precise Yi Yuan. Now, it was not a problem with whether or not to swallow. However, that Anshan desperately wanted to vomit Yi Yuan out, but Yi Yuan was not coming out. This was awkward. But after entering the SPAC within the body, could one still be so impressive? Anshan rolled around on the ground. People clearly saw tears flowing heavily from his eyes. How did he look like an expert? He wailed desperately, asking Yi Yuan to come out, but Yi Yuan refused to come out. No idea how long he was in agony for. Then a boom was heard, and Shan's back directly had a large hole that was blasted open. A figure jumped out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? And Shan stopped shouting, the colossal body falling to the ground with a loud bang, his life and death being unknown. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone used eyes like looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan. This guy punched through Lord and Shan's internal SPAC. Is he still human? He stayed in the internal SPAC for so long, and he's actually completely fine? If everyone is like him, wouldn't our innate divine ability become a joke? The heaven-swallowing python clan's powerhouses only felt a chill. Seeing the large hole on Anshan's back, they were somewhat psychologically traumatized by devouring. If the opponent that they swallowed was like Yi Yuan, what to do? I already said he's too weak. Is there anyone that's stronger? Yi Yuan said lightly, Chapter 2980, if he wants to posture, what has it got to do with me? Chapter 2980, if he wants to posture, what has it got to do with me? What vicious means? You punched through Anshan's internal SPAC. It's equivalent to crippling half his life. Dealing such a vicious blow in my Dragon City tribe. Have you thought of the consequences? In a crowd, a heaven-swallowing python slowly swam out, immediately causing a commotion. It's Lord Deity. He's going to personally take action. Lord Deity is ranked 75th on the Mountain Challenger list, his strength being very formidable. This kid is dead, for sure. He actually dared to cripple Lord and Shan, really courting death. Deyi's status in the Dragon City tribe was extremely high. The moment he took the stage, everyone clearly had wars. I plus ping looks. That made sense. Deyi's ranking was gained from fighting match after match. The moment Deity appeared, it gave people a feeling of being shaken to the core, as if they were being stared at by someone from the netherworld, very uncomfortable. He's very strong. You're not his match. Mountain challenging isn't done like how you're doing it now. Not far behind Yi Yuan, Feng Qingxian warned. What she was talking about was under the circuit, stances that Yi Yuan did not utilize Dragon Phoenix bloodline. This was Yi Yuan's trump card move. It was not good to expose it in front of outsiders. Feng Qingxian, not being Yi Yuan's match, that was just under the circuit, stance that he used Dragon and Phoenix prosperity, just based on any single bloodline. Feng Qingxian examined her own conscience and felt that she could absolutely crush Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was only Earth Kuan grade. Wanting to Serpa S the same level Deity was incredibly difficult. Bloodline was not the only thing. Between same-ranking bloodlines, the strength might have a huge difference. This had a lot to do with the individual's talent and lucky chances. Clearly, this Deity was very strong. Feng Qingxian felt it. Yi Yuan ignored her. This woman was so annoying. What a joke. He swallowed me the moment he opened his mouth. It was clearly to send me to my doom. Why? Only your Dragon City tribe is allowed to kill people? I'm not allowed to retaliate. Yi Yuan looked at Deity and said disdainfully, these powerful tribes all had this kind of mentality. I could kill you, but if you touched my people, death couldn't expiate your sins. And Shan swallowed Yi Yuan in one gulp. He did not hold back in the slightest at all. If not for that Yi Yuan's strength was powerful, he would have already turned into nothingness now. Now, Deity was actually blaming him for being vicious. Deity's expression turned cold, and he said, razor-tongued brat, do you dare to have a fight with me? Yi Yuan smiled and said, do you think that I only came to bully that sort of weakling? Deity snorted coldly and said, I hope that you don't disappoint me too much. The two people mutually gifted a dragon-shaped mark, and the second mountain-challenging battle officially began. With regards to Yi Yuan challenging Deity, the Dragon City tribe powerhouses were very disdainful. Even if Yi Yuan won and Shan effortlessly, it was the same too. After all, and Shan was already close to 500th place. 500th and 75th, there was an insurmountable gulf. In the middle, this kid is really overestimating his own ability. He probably doesn't even know what the Mountain Challenger list means, right? Lord Deity challenged the Dragon Abyss tribes, Yun Kuei, the last time. After coming back, he has already been in close seclusion for 3 years. These 3 years, his strength must have advanced by leaps and bounds again. This is good too. He dared to cripple Lord and Shan. Lord Deity will definitely make him regret it. It's just that I don't know how many moves this kid can last under Lord Deity's hands. Deity stood in the air and said coolly, kid, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Yi Yuan could not help snickering when he heard it. Some people always like to posture. It was like if they did not posture, they would not be an expert. When Deity saw Yi Yuan snickering, he practically wanted to explode. This was merciless mocking. However, his words were already thrown out. He still had to maintain the demeanor of an expert. Either way, this kid was going to die very soon. Yi Yuan was not courteous either. The bloodline power on the body surged. A shocking dragon pressure was released. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. The stronger his strength, was, the more his bloodline improved, the more Yi Yuan felt the power of this move. This move that Mi Tian imparted had deeply gained the quintessence of dragon race bloodline. Yi Yuan knew now that this move was created by Mi Tian himself. When cultivated to the extreme, one could blow a hegemon realm powerhouse up with one punch. Furthermore, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the power. If one executed it with chaos-level bloodline, killing ordinary hegemon realms would be like playing. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, De Yi's expression changed. This punch was too strong. Yi Yuan was 2 minor realms lower than him. He did not place him in his sights at all. He was confident that no matter what moves Yi Yuan used, he could block it with ease. But if this punch landed, wouldn't he be the same as Anshan, having a hole punched through? In a hurry, De Yi opened his gaping maws. A shocking energy ball was released from his mouth. However, it was already too late. He already lost the initiative in order to posture. Yi Yuan had already ACCU, mulat his strength to the maximum. How terrifying was the power! Boom! The void shook violently, and De Yi's colossal body was smashed down like a cannonball. With Yi Yuan gaining the initiative, how could he be willing to let it go? Chasing after, it was another 9 heavens dragon transformation fist. Boom! The earth fissured. When experts exchanged moves, sometimes it was a matter of an instant. Yi Yuan gained the initiative and pummeled him in hot pursuit. The Dragon City tribe's powerhouses were immediately dumbfounded. They never dreamed that this battle would actually turn out like this. The G.O.D. of War De Yi in their eyes was being brutalized by a human punk. The 2 people fought from the sky into the earth and fought from underground up to the sky again. But Yi Yuan held the initiative from start to end. It was completely a one-sided suppression. The heaven-swallowing python's physical body was extremely formidable. But at this time, De Yi's body had flesh and blood scattering, virtually battered down by Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was extremely surprised too. De Yi was really strong. If it were any other grand completion emperor cloud heaven, they would have long been turned to residue by him. But De Yi was still holding on until now. Although each move was a hasty response, it could always resolve the majority of Yi Yuan's attack power. In fact, he would even occasionally launch a counteroffensive. Those lacking in strength would really let De Yi make a comeback. This kind of powerhouse was completely forged in battle. His strength was extraordinary. It was just a shame. Who he ran into was Yi Yuan. A fight was a fight. How was there time for you to posture? Losing one move, you would lose every move. Unsurprisingly, De Yi did not have the chance to make a comeback either. Yi Yuan would not give him this chance. Sometimes, fighting was this simple. I admit defeat. De Yi's reluctant, angry roar came from above the void. Yi Yuan stopped. The De Yi, who was opposite him, panted heavily. His body no longer had an unscathed spot. Dragon City tribe's powerhouses opened their mouths wide with looks of disbelief. They admitted defeat just like that. Lord De Yi still has many trump cards that haven't been used. Why did he admit defeat? Despicable. Shameless. This punk won, and scrupulously. In an instant, Dragon City tribe exploded. Everyone was cursing. Yi Yuan was being shameless. It sounded very nasty. They were too clear about De Yi's strength. But from start to finish, De Yi did not have the chance to fight back. Whatever big move, whatever trump card, he did not use them all. This kind of battle was too aggrieved. De Yi himself virtually wanted to explode. He lost this fight too aggrievedly. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. Was this group of people all morons? If he wanted to posture, what had it got to do with him? Chapter 2981. Unconcealable Sharp Edge. Chapter 2981. unconcealable sharp edge. Kid, I lost to you not because my skills are inferior. It's just that I somewhat underestimated the enemy, Deity said unwillingly. Regarding this, Yi Yuan just smiled and did not defend himself. This kind of justification was too powerless and too feeble. Losing was losing, winning was winning. Finding a reason for yourself after failure was not what the strong would do. Seeing Yi Yuan smile and not speak, Deity was even more ashamed and resentful. In the crowd, an old man opened his mouth and said, Deity, a loss is a loss. Displaying shameful courage here will only incur jesting. Do you find it not shameful enough yet? Deity's expression changed, and he bowed to the old man in shame as he said, Yes, Patriarch. Yi Yuan was inwardly shocked. He did not expect that this summing old man was actually the heaven-swallowing Python clan's patriarch. The old man said lightly, Scarlet Plume, you take the stage and play with him. This boy isn't ordinary. Be careful. Behind the old man, another heaven-swallowing python swam out and said calmly, Yes, Patriarch. With this, the crowd exploded. Scarlet Plume is finally going to take action. Mountain Challenger lists 21st place. If this punk can win again, your father will swallow that mountain. Lord Scarlet Plume devotes himself to spatial divine abilities. Now, he has already reached the acme of perfection. Patriarch said before that he might very likely step into the realm of hegemon in the future by relying on this Tao. The reason why Lord Scarlet Plume can rank 21st is that it's just because his bloodline is a little lousy. It's only initial stage Earth-Kuan grade. Otherwise, there would be no problem in him getting into the top 3. Scarlet Plume arrived opposite of Yi Yuan, his entire person seeming very calm. It was as if nothing happened just now. This Scarlet Plume was different from Deity, giving people the appearance of being unmoved even if Mount Tai was crumbling before him. This was rather similar to Yi Yuan. This is a troublesome opponent. Be more careful. Feng Qingxian said once more, her face slightly red. She said that Yi Yuan was not Deyi's match earlier. In the end, she got face-slapped. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, Deyi did not even have the chance to make a move. How Imbara, as Sing. But this time, she was warning out of good intentions. Actually, there was no need for her to warn him. Yi Yuan naturally saw through it long ago. A proud opponent, no matter how powerful the strength, it was actually not scary. What was truly scary was that kind of opponent who was calm to the extreme. Yi Yuan was sizing Scarlet Plume up. Scarlet Plume's gaze was also wandering around on Yi Yuan's body. Suddenly, he said, You're very strong. I can feel the undulation of spatial rule on your body. Looks like what you're truly powerful in is actually spatial divine abilities. However, your cultivation realm is a little low. It's very disadvantageous. With this, Yi Yuan was really shocked. This Scarlet Plume's perception was also too sharp, right? He was currently completely restraining his aura and did not display spatial martial techniques. This guy could actually feel it. It could be seen how strong he was in spatial rule. The heaven-swallowing Python clan could be said to have perfectly inherited the spatial talent of the dragon race. But regarding the application of spatial talent, some relied on instinct, while others could control it independently. The gap between them was not a tiny bit. Yi Yuan had many means, but for mountain challenging, he could only use the dragon race's talent to go and fight. Otherwise, disregarding that he would win unscrupulously, Heavenly Dragon Island would not acknowledge him as well. What they wanted were dragon race geniuses, not human geniuses. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your bloodline is a little low. We're considered even. Scarlet Plume smiled and said with a nod, All right, then, let's begin. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. The two people exchanged marks. Bloodline was indeed extremely important to the true spirit race. Bloodline being a fraction stronger, the power of the martial techniques executed would be a fraction stronger. Swaz. H. Plus, in the instant that the two people finished exchanging marks, Scarlet Plume disappeared. Spirit Spatial Blade. The moment Lord Scarlet Plume came up, it's overkill. Lord Scarlet Plume had once used this move to defeat the rank 29th Meng Zhao. So strong. Can't find his traces at all. This punk is dead, for sure. This punk chose the wrong opponent. Provoking Lord Scarlet Plume is his biggest mistake. Dragon City Tribe's powerhouses instantly exploded. Compared to Deity, Scarlet Plume's status in the clan was higher, and he had more wars. I plus purse. The moment he made his move, the whole place started cheering. Furthermore, everyone was clearly very familiar with this move. It was one of Scarlet Plume's killing moves. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt as if the surrounding SPAC had turned into a sharp blade, chopping toward him. The speed was swift until it made people unable to think. Yi Yuan did not have time to think too much, bloodline power flooding out crazily, throwing a punch out on the spot. Shattering SPAC. Boom. The place where Yi Yuan was standing at, SPAC shattered. At once, Spirit Spatial Blade seemingly had nowhere to exert strength, directly turning into nothingness. However, shattering SPAC, this move bombarded the opponent. But Yi Yuan slammed it where he was standing. The shattering of SPAC already injured him. Boom, boom, boom. The two people were fighting in the void, and a series of bursting sounds transmitted out. The weak ones could not grasp their traces at all. These two people were dueling with spatial rule. Their strengths were both hair-raisingly strong. It was just that the Dragon City Tribe's people were still very surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. Originally, when fighting with Deity, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength at all. Feng Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flickered, incomparably shocked in her heart. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. She thought that the reason why Yi Yuan was strong was just because he fused with bloodline. With a single bloodline, Yi Yuan's strength was not very strong. But she discovered that she was wrong. This battle really exposed Yi Yuan's powerful strength. This was because his opponent was too strong. Yi Yuan's application of bloodline had virtually reached perfection. She pondered about it. She was of the Heaven Qian grade bloodline, but she was unable to do better than Yi Yuan too. You shouldn't show up here. Feng Qingxian was startled and discovered that the Dragon City Tribe's patriarch had arrived next to her at no idea when. But very soon, she calmed down and said calmly, "This man makes me very curious." The patriarch smiled and said, "He's very strong. He shouldn't be a bloodline warrior, but he isn't Scarlet Plume's match." Feng Qingxian snorted coldly and said, "His cultivation realm is just lower." Clearly, she did not feel optimistic about Yi Yuan either. People with outstanding visual prowess all saw through that Yi Yuan did not stand a chance at all. The patriarch smiled and said, "That's because you don't know Scarlet Plume. In our Dragon City tribe, the #1 genius was originally Deity. Scarlet Plume was just an summing minor character. He was completely living under Deity's light. But ever since he stepped on the road of mountain challenging, his sharp edge couldn't be concealed anymore. Can you imagine 200 years ago, he was just battle spirit grade bloodline?" Feng Qingxuan's pupils constricted. This time, she was really shocked. Roughly 200 years ago, just battle spirit grade bloodline. And then 200 years later, Earth Kuan grade bloodline? How monstrous was this? In the true spirit race, talent was innate. Breaking the shackle of bloodline was harder than ascending to heaven. She, Feng Qingxian, was naturally Heaven Qian grade bloodline. It was impossible for those battle spirit grade bloodline true spirits to reach Earth Kuan grade for all their lives, let alone talk about Heaven Qian grade. But this Scarlet Plume could actually reach this step in 200 years. It was truly inconceivable. Chapter 2982, Scarlet Plume's Terrifying Ability. Chapter 2982, Scarlet Plume's Terrifying Ability. In over 200 years, several thousand major and minor battles, not a single defeat. He grew from a little fellow who was unknown to the public into a powerhouse that daunts people. Of course, the scariest thing about this kid isn't his battle result of flawless victories, but his terrifying learning ability. After each battle, his improvement would be very shocking. Don't look at how he's only 21st place. What his opponents ranked in front of him are most afraid of is his challenge. This kid is destined to stand at the summit in the future. Regardless of whether or not he can enter Heavenly Dragon Island, he's definitely able to step into the realm of Hegemon. Therefore, this man that you're interested in doesn't have any chance of winning. The patriarch had indescribable pride when talking about Scarlet Plume. However, what he said was really very frightening. Scarlet Plume's road to maturity was simply too dazzling. He was not a genius in the traditional sense, but he was absolutely a terrifying existence, going against the wind all the way, achieving his present accomplishments. Scarlet Plume was simply a miracle. Feng Qingxian also had a look of shock on her face. She did not expect that who Yi Yuan challenged was actually such an opponent. This was completely looking for abuse. Boom. As if affirming what Feng Qingxian was thinking, Yi Yuan was slammed down by a punch from Scarlet Plume. This scene was similar to the one just now. Previously, Yi Yuan beat Deity until he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. But now, Scarlet Plume was beating Yi Yuan until he did not have the strength to fight back. From the beginning until now, Yi Yuan was basically in a situation of being severely beaten. Scarlet Plume's devastation was all around. Dragon City Tribe completely boiled over with excitement. Lord Scarlet Plume is really cool to the max. Impressive, impressive, impressive. Lord Scarlet Plume is really an invincible existence. I admit that punk is very formidable, but it also serves as a foil that Lord Scarlet Plume is even more formidable like this. Several thousand matches, and yet to taste defeat. Who does this punk think he is to actually dare challenge Lord Scarlet Plume? Being swept away by Yi Yuan for 2 matches in a row, Dragon City Tribe's powerhouses felt a loss of face. But luckily, they had Lord Scarlet Plume. With him around, victory was guaranteed. Ground Thorn. The mountain full of hubbub could not affect Scarlet Plume at all. Only to see him point his fingertips, undulations appeared in SPAC again. Countless earth spikes suddenly grew out of the earth. Yi Yuan's figure was currently falling. Once pierced, he would become a hedgehog. Shattering SPAC. Once again, Yi Yuan used this move. He forcefully used the backlash force and forcibly made his body change directions in the air, avoiding the ground thorn. However, in the next second, Scarlet Plume was already waiting for him. Shattering SPAC. It was only to hear Scarlet Plume yell out. He actually launched the exact same move as Yi Yuan. The void shattered. Tidal, water-like energy undulations completely submerged Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was greatly astonished in his heart. Having no time to think too much, a shattering SPAC rumbled out again. Boom! The void trembled, and Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, but Scarlet Plume did not budge an inch. Scarlet Plume looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "It turns out that spatial rule can still be applied like this. You really broaden my horizons. Thank you for letting me comprehend a deeper level spatial rule." Yi Yuan's body was covered with scars everywhere. He did not gain the slightest advantage in this exchange of blows. Or should one say he was completely being sively beaten? He did not think that Scarlet Plume was actually so strong. What was even more frightening was that the other party's learning ability was extremely strong. In the midst of battle, he actually comprehended his shattering SPAC move. Shattering SPAC. This move naturally originated from Mi Tian. With regards to the understanding of spatial origin, he had no equal in every heaven and myriad worlds. Mi Tian was just his original name. His hegemon Tli was actually hegemon SPAC. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there were numerous powerhouses. It was also not that there were no hegemons who comprehended spatial origin, but only Mi Tian was crowned the Tli of hegemon SPAC. It could be seen how far he walked on this path. Shattering SPAC. This move was one of Yi Yuan's trump cards. It had immense power, but he never expected that Scarlet Plume actually completely stole it in the midst of battle. This kind of opponent, it was really his first time encountering in his life. Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in himself. He was not proud, but he had never underestimated his own abilities. Yi Yuan knew that his talent and strength were absolutely not inferior to anyone else. It was just that he did not expect to actually encounter such a powerhouse in the Dragon City tribe. Sure, he could find many excuses, such as his cultivation realm being inferior to his opponent, such as he had engaged in battle consecutively. But Yi Yuan was not Deity. He would not make excuses for himself. He admitted that in terms of absolute strength, he was inferior to Scarlet Plume. Furthermore, Yi Yuan clearly felt that Scarlet Plume became stronger than at the start, in the midst of battle. This guy was simply born to fight. Especially when encountering an opponent like Yi Yuan, it unleashed his potential even more. Scarlet Plume's battle was like playing chess. You thought of 3 steps. He already thought of beyond 10 steps. Prediction, application of moves. It was all precise to the extreme. It was Yi Yuan's first time feeling helpless. No need to thank me. I still have many moves. You can comprehend even more. Yi Yuan said, "Then I'll really have to witness it. I also didn't expect that you're really a superb opponent." Scarlet Plume said. Up until now, Scarlet Plume showed neither joy nor sorrow all along. He did not pat himself on the back because he had the advantage, and was also not overjoyed because he learned the method of utilizing SPAC. Everything was like it was someone else's business. Got to admit, such an opponent was too troublesome. World suppression. Yi Yuan threw a punch out. SPAC fluctuated. Terrifying force grew stronger and stronger with each layer of SPAC that arose. A hint of surprise flashed across in Scarlet Plume's eyes. It was as if a shark smelled the scent of blood. Yi Yuan's moves had greatly broadened his horizons. "Oh!" From below came a series of exclamations. Clearly, they also felt the terror of this move. Shattering SPAC. Scarlet Plume unleashed this move again. Boom! The terrifying energy undulation sent each of them flying. But the look in Scarlet Plume's eyes became incomparably bright. It was like Yi Yuan opened a new door for him. Impressive. Really too impressive. You really make my hot blood boil. Scarlet Plume said excitedly. Who saw it? This is Scarlet Plume. No matter how strong you are, Unless you instantly kill him in one move, he'll always grow stronger in the midst of battle. His opponents were usually much stronger than him, but Body could beat him. He is naturally born to fight. This kid called Yi Yuan, his comprehension in spatial rule is extremely deep, shattering S, P, A, C, and world suppression. The power of these two moves are also ridiculously strong. But Scarlet Plume will become stronger in this kind of fights. His opponents will always despair because of this. The patriarch said with a smile. Feng Qingxian was silent. Yi Yuan's combat power was really strong until it made her extremely surprised. No matter whether it was shattering S, P, AC, or world suppression, they were both moves that were strong until they made people despair. But to Scarlet Plume, they were moves that made his opponents despair. Chapter 2983, First Form of SBAC. Wave was .H.I plus ing sand. Chapter 2983, First Form of S, P, A, C. Wave was H.I plus ing sand. World suppression. Scarlet Plume opened his gaping maws and actually unleashed Yi Yuan's move. Terrifying energy undulations came from the void. Boom. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of blood with a cough, his figure shooting out backward. Yi Yuan, you're really a treasure vault. I didn't expect that spatial rule could actually be applied like this. You are really too amazing, Scarlet Plume said excitedly. The comprehension of spatial rule and its application were seriously too difficult. His harvest today was even more than what he reaped in his previous thousands of fights. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was completely a treasure boy that could let him continuously excavate and continuously improve. Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood from the corners of his mouth, and he said with a grin, "It's fine. There's still a lot more. Slowly learn." Successive magnificence. Illuminating day. Unparalleled. Tiandun. Echo. Jade Cicada. Yi Yuan shouted one after another loudly, and a series of terrifying undulations came from the void. Each move was stronger than the last. The Scarlet Plume, who originally held the absolute advantage, was actually suppressed by Yi Yuan. These 8 moves were all imparted by Mi Tian. Being grouped together, it was named Spatial 8 Styles. Of course, with Yi Yuan's bit of cultivation realm, he could not unleash the full potential power of Spatial 8 Styles at all. But one-shotting those in the same rank was a definite thing. Spatial 8 Styles was painstakingly created by Mi Tian. It was where his lifelong insights into spatial origin lay. These 8 styles that Yi Yuan used were, at the very best, simplified versions. But the power was already sufficiently strong. The moment Yi Yuan erupted, the Dragon City tribe was shocked. They all thought that Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Who could have thought that he actually still had so many contingency moves? This kid is also too strong. Just based on these 8 moves, his comprehension in spatial rule is more than a level stronger than Lord Scarlet Plume. To be able to suppress Lord Scarlet Plume with Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven cultivation, this kid is remarkable enough too. It's just a shame that, it's just a pity that his moves will become Lord Scarlet Plume's moves very soon. Although they were surprised by Yi Yuan's suppression, they were not worried. They were perfectly clear about Scarlet Plume's might, improving in the midst of battle, learning in fights without end. The stronger the opponent, the more miserably they would often lose. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, his cultivation realm was too low after all. When Scarlet Plume became even more powerful, he would naturally reverse suppress Yi Yuan. Scarlet Plume, who had always been calm to the extreme, actually became agitated too. In the battle, he laughed loudly and said, "Impressive, truly impressive. My comprehension of spatial rule is seriously too shallow. Thank you, Yi Yuan, for opening up a whole world for me. Scarlet Plume, who was being suppressed, did not feel any frustration at all. He became more and more excited instead. Yi Yuan was unmoved and did not fear the other parties secretly learning either. One move after another. They fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. Below, the patriarch was also rather excited as he said, "This youngster really exceeded this old man's expectations. His comprehension of spatial rule is extremely deep. He can definitely pry into Origin Realm in the future. What a fortune to have him come to our Dragon City tribe. And let Scarlet Plume have such a fine opponent." While Feng Qingxian was secretly anxious as she cursed, "This boy is really dumb. Doesn't he know that this will make his opponent get stronger and stronger, exposing all of his trump cards, but can't defeat his opponent? Really stupid to the max." At this point, Feng Qingxian did not think that Yi Yuan would win at all. The opponent was too terrifying, and the patriarch's excitement was also that Yi Yuan, this opponent, could let Scarlet Plume grow greatly, being not surprised at how formidable he was. No matter how formidable, he was also just a stepping stone of Scarlet Plume. The stronger the opponent, the more limitless Scarlet Plume's future accomplishments. Regarding this point, the old patriarch was all too clear. Boom, boom, boom. The fight became more and more intense, but Scarlet Plume's growth was visible to the naked eye. Everyone saw that he was currently digesting Yi Yuan's spatial rule rapidly. However, this process was much slower than they imagined. Spatial 8 styles was too difficult and complicated. Successive magnificence. Illuminating day. Unparalleled. Tiandun. Yi Yuan, you're no longer my match anymore. After I completely digest these 8 styles, it will be enough to rank in the top 5 of the Mountain Challenger list's rankings. Scarlet Plume said excitedly. His understanding of spatial 8 styles was still only on the surface. The reason why it was powerful was because of the support of his cultivation realm and spatial rule. With his horizons, no matter what moves he executed, the power would not be weak. If all the techniques of the spatial 8 styles were so easy to learn, it would have been impossible to become Mi Tian's trump card too. But he could slowly digest these spatial rule comprehensions, turning it into his own eventually. This was also the reason why his improvement was so great. Yi Yuan still ignored Scarlet Plume and just made one move after another. Jade Cicada, boom. Yi Yuan was directly slammed, flying out, getting injured again. Scarlet Plume looked at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, "All right, all your spatial rule comprehensions, I've already learned them. This battle ends here. You didn't kill Inshan and didn't kill Death E. I'll spare your life too. Concede defeat." Yi Yuan stood up with some difficulty. Looking at Scarlet Plume, he suddenly smiled. That smile made Scarlet Plume feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yi Yuan's face did not have any depression from failure. "Scarlet Plume, you really surprised me a lot. You are a very powerful opponent, but you're not the only one who improves in battle." "Huh." Yi Yuan roared, and the dragon race pressure on his body suddenly erupted. Earth Kuan grade bloodline crushed many people until they could not breathe. But his aura did not stop here. Boom. The bloodline pressure did not stagnate in the least bit, directly breaking through Earth Kuan grade, reaching Heaven Qian grade. Heaven Qian grade bloodline. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This guy actually broke through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline in the middle of a fight. It's too fake, right? When did bloodline become so easy to upgrade? Earth Kuan grade to Heaven Qian grade. This is H-E-L-L difficulty. How did he do it? To the true spirit race, the hardest to advance was not cultivation realm, but it was bloodline. The higher up, the more difficult, especially reaching Earth Kuan grade. Even a tiny improvement was as hard as ascending to heaven. As for Earth Kuan grade to Heaven Qian grade, this threshold, virtually no one could cross it. The dragon race's Heaven Qian grade bloodlines were mostly innate. Those who promoted postnatal were extremely few. But now, Yi Yuan broke through in front of everyone. As dragon race descendants, how could they not be shocked? Scarlet Plume had a look of surprise too. However, he still shook his head and said, Heaven Qian grade bloodline? I admit it. You are indeed very strong. But thanks to you, my current strength has already improved significantly. Heaven Qian grade bloodline isn't enough yet. Yi Yuan grinned and said, Is that so? Then you try receiving a move from me. Scarlet Plume could not help laughing and said, You should be clear that these 8 moves are no longer useful against me. Even if you broke through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline, it's the same too. Yi Yuan did not speak, a hint of a dangerous smile flash. Plussing across the corners of his mouth. In a blink of an eye, the overwhelming aura on his body suddenly changed. I just created this move. Try receiving it. The first form of S, P, A, C, wave was H, plussing sand.